The Wanderer's Necklace. By H. Rider Haggard. In memory of Unadada and many wanderings overseas, I offer these pictures from the past, my dear Vincent, to you, a lover of the present if an aspirant who can look upon the future with more of hope than fear. Your colleague, H. Rider Haggard. To Sir Edgar Vincent, KCMG, Ditchingham, November, 1913. Note by the editor. It chances that I, the editor of these pages, for, in truth, that is my humble function, have recovered a considerable knowledge of a bygone life of mine. This life ended in times that are comparatively recent, namely, early in the 9th century, as is fixed by the fact that the Byzantine Empress, Irene, plays a part in the story. The narrative, it will be observed, is not absolutely consecutive, that is to say, all the details are not filled in. Indeed, it has returned to me in a series of scenes or pictures, and although each scene or picture has to do with every other, there are sometimes gaps between them. To take one example among several, the journey of Olaf. In those days my name was Olaf, or Michael after I was baptized, from the north to Constantinople is not recorded. The curtain drops at Ar in Jutland and rises again in Byzantium. Only those events which were of the most importance seem to have burned themselves into my subconscious memory. Many minor details have vanished, or, at least, I cannot find them. This, however, does not appear to me to be a matter for regret. If every episode of a full and eventful life were painted in, the canvas would be overloaded and the eye that studied it bewildered. I do not think that I have anything more to say. My tale must speak for itself. So I will but add that I hold it unnecessary to set out the exact method by which I have been able to dig it and others from the quarry of my past. It is a gift which, although small at first, I have been able gradually to develop. Therefore, as I wish to hide my present identity, I will only sign myself. The Editor. The Wanderer's Necklace. Book IAR. Chapter 1. The Betrothal of Olaf. Of my childhood in this Olaf life I can regain but little. There come to me, however, recollections of a house, surrounded by a moat, situated in a great plain near to seas or inland lakes, on which plain stood mounds that I connected with the dead. What the dead were I did not quite understand, but I gathered that they were people who, having once walked about and been awake, now laid themselves down in a bed of earth and slept. I remember looking at a big mound which was said to cover a chief known as the Wanderer, whom Fredisa, the wise woman, my nurse, told me had lived hundreds or thousands of years before, and thinking that so much earth over him must make him very hot at nights. I remember also that the hall called Ar was a long house roofed with sods, on which grew grass and sometimes little white flowers, and that inside of it cows were tied up. We lived in a place beyond, that was separated off from the cows by balks of rough timber. I used to watch them being milked through a crack between two of the balks where a knot had fallen out, leaving a convenient eye-hole about the height of a walking stick from the floor. One day my elder and only brother, Ragnar, who had very red hair, came and pulled me away from this eye-hole because he wanted to look through it himself at a cow that always kicked the girl who milked it. I howled, and Steiner, my foster brother, who had light-colored hair and blue eyes, and was much bigger and stronger than I, came to my help, because we always loved each other. He fought Ragnar and made his nose bleed, after which my mother, the Lady Thora, who was very beautiful, boxed his ears. Then we all cried, and my father Thorvald, a tall man, rather loosely made, who had come in from hunting, for he carried the skin of some animal of which the blood had run down onto his leggings, scolded us and told my mother to keep us quiet as he was tired and wanted to eat. That is the only scene which returns to me of my infancy. The next of which a vision has come to me is one of a somewhat similar house to our own in Ar, upon an island called Lesso, where we were all visiting a chief of the name of Athelbrand. He was a fierce-looking man with a great forked beard, from which he was called Athelbrand Forkbeard. One of his nostrils was larger than the other, and he had a droop in his left eye, both of which peculiarities came to him from some wound or wounds that he had received in war. In those days everybody was at war with everybody else, and it was quite uncommon for anyone to live until his hair turned gray. The reason of our visit to this chief Athelbrand was that my elder brother, Ragnar, might be betrothed to his only surviving child, Iduna, all of whose brothers had been killed in some battle. I can see Iduna now as she was when she first appeared before us. We were sitting at table, and she entered through a door at the top of the hall. She was clothed in a blue robe. Her long fair hair, whereof she had an abundance, was arranged in 2 plaits which hung almost to her knees, and about her neck and arms were massive gold rings that tinkled as she walked. She had a round face, colored like a wild rose, and innocent blue eyes that took in everything, although she always seemed to look in front of her and see nothing. Her lips were very red and appeared to smile. Altogether I thought her the loveliest creature that ever I had looked on, and she walked like a deer and held her head proudly. Still, she did not please Ragnar, who whispered to me that she was sly and would bring mischief on all that had to do with her. I, who at the time was about 21 years of age, wondered if he had gone mad to talk thus of this beautiful creature. Then I remembered that just before we had left home I had caught Ragnar kissing the daughter of one of our thralls behind the shed in which the calves were kept. She was a brown girl, very well made, as her rough robe, fastened beneath her breast with a strap, showed plainly, and she had big dark eyes with a sleepy look in them. Also, I never saw anyone kiss quite so hard as she did. Ragnar himself was outpassed. I think that is why even the great lady, Iduna the Fair, did not please him. All the while he was thinking of the brown-eyed girl in the russet robe. Still, it is true that, brown-eyed girl or no, he read Iduna aright. Moreover, if Ragnar did not like Iduna, from the first Iduna hated Ragnar. So it came about that, although both my father, Thorvald, and Iduna's father, Athelbrand, stormed and threatened, these 2 declared that they would have nothing to do with each other, and the project of their marriage came to an end. On the night before we were to leave Lesso, once Ragnar had already gone, Athelbrand saw me staring at Iduna. This, indeed, was not wonderful, as I could not take my eyes from her lovely face, and when she looked at me and smiled with those red lips of hers I became like a silly bird that is bewitched by a snake. At first I thought that he was going to be angry, but suddenly some idea seemed to strike him so that he called my father, Thorvald, outside the house. Afterwards I was sent for, and found the 2 of them seated on a 3-cornered, flat stone, talking in the moonlight, for it was summertime, when everything looks blue at night and the sun and the moon ride in the sky together. Nearby stood my mother, listening. "Olaf," said my father, "would you like to marry Iduna the Fair?" "Like to marry Iduna?" I gasped. "Aye, more than to be High King of Denmark, for she is no woman, but a goddess." At this saying my mother laughed, and Athelbrand, who knew Iduna when she did not seem a goddess, called me a fool. Then they talked, while I stood trembling with hope and fear. "He's but a second son," said Athelbrand. "I have told you there is land enough for both of them, also the gold that came with his mother will be his, and that's no small sum," answered Thorvald. "He's no warrior but a skald," objected Athelbrand again. "A silly half-man who makes songs and plays upon the harp." "Songs are sometimes stronger than swords," replied my father. "And, after all, it is wisdom that rules. One brain can govern many men, also, harps make merry music at a feast. Moreover, Olaf is brave enough. How can he be otherwise coming of the stock he does?" "He is thin and weedy," objected Athelbrand, a saying that made my mother angry. "Nay, Lord Athelbrand," she said. "He is tall and straight as a dart, and will yet be the handsomest man in these parts." "Every duck thinks it has hatched out a swan," grumbled Athelbrand, while with my eyes I implored my mother to be silent. Then he thought for a while, pulling at his long forked beard, and said at last, "My heart tells me no good of such a marriage. Iduna, who is the only one left to me, could marry a man of more wealth and power than this rune-making stripling is ever likely to be. Yet just now I know none such whom I would wish to hold my place when I am gone. Moreover, it is spread far and wide throughout the land that my daughter is to be wed to Thorvald's son, and it matters little to which son. At least I will not have it said that she has been given the go-by. Therefore, let this Olaf take her, if she will have him. Only," he added with a growl, "let him play no tricks like that red-headed cub, his brother Ragnar, if he would not taste of a spear through his liver. Now I go to learn Iduna's mind. So he went, as did my father and mother, leaving me alone, thinking and thanking the gods for the chance that had come my way, yes, and blessing Ragnar and that brown-eyed wench who had thrown her spell over him. Whilst I stood thus I heard a sound, and turning, saw Iduna gliding towards me in the blue twilight, looking more lovely than a dream. At my side she stopped and said, "My father tells me you wish to speak with me." And she laughed a little softly and held me with her beautiful eyes. After that I know not what happened till I saw Iduna bending towards me like a willow in the wind, and then, oh, joy of joys, felt her kiss upon my lips. Now my speech was unsealed, and I told her the tale that lovers have always told. How that I was ready to die for her, to which she answered that she had rather that I lived, since ghosts were no good husbands. How that I was not worthy of her, to which she answered that I was young, with all my time before me, and might live to be greater than I thought, as she believed I should, and so forth. Only one more thing comes back to me of that blissful hour. Foolishly I said what I had been thinking, namely, that I'd bless Ragnar. At these words, of a sudden Iduna's face grew stern and the love light in her eyes was changed to such as gleams from swords. "I do not bless Ragnar," she answered. "I hope one day to see Ragnar." And she checked herself, adding, "Come, let us enter, Olaf. I hear my father calling me to mix his sleeping cup." So we went into the house hand in hand, and when they saw us coming thus, all gathered there burst into shouts of laughter after their rude fashion. Moreover, beakers were thrust into our hands, and we were made to drink from them and swear some oath. Thus ended our betrothal. I think it was on the next day that we sailed for home in my father's largest ship of war, which was named the Swan. I went unwillingly enough, who desired to drink more of the delight of Iduna's eyes. Still, go I must, since Athelbrand would have it so. The marriage, he said, should take place at Aar at the time of the spring feast, and not before. Meanwhile he held it best we should be apart that we might learn whether we still clung to each other in absence. These were the reasons he gave, but I think that he was already somewhat sorry for what he had done, and reflected that between harvest and springtime he might find another husband for Iduna, who was more to his mind. For Athelbrand, as I learned afterwards, was a scheming and a false-hearted man. Moreover, he was of no high lineage, but one who had raised himself up by war and plunder, and therefore his blood did not compel him to honor. The next scene which comes back to me of those early days is that of the hunting of the white northern bear, when I saved the life of Steiner, my foster brother, and nearly lost my own. It was on a day when the winter was merging into spring, but the coastline near Aar was still thick with pack ice and large floes which had floated in from the more northern seas. A certain fisherman who dwelt on this shore came to the hall to tell us that he had seen a great white bear on one of these floes, which, he believed, had swum from it to the land. He was a man with a clubfoot, and I can recall a vision of him limping across the snow towards the drawbridge of Aar, supporting himself by a staff on the top of which was cut the figure of some animal. "Young lords," he cried out, "there is a white bear on the land, such a bear as once I saw when I was a boy. Come out and kill the bear and win honor, but first give me a drink for my news." At that time I think my father, Thorvald, was away from home with most of the men, I do not know why, but Ragnar, Steiner and I were lingering about the stead with little or nothing to do, since the time of sowing was not yet. At the news of the club-footed man, we ran for our spears, and one of us went to tell the only thrall who could be spared to make ready the horses and come with us. Thora, my mother, would have stopped us. She said she had heard from her father that such bears were very dangerous beasts. But Ragnar only thrust her aside, while I kissed her and told her not to fret. Outside the hall I met Fredisa, a dark, quiet woman of middle age, one of the virgins of Odin, whom I loved and who loved me, and, save one other, me only among men, for she had been my nurse. "Whither now, young Olaf?" she asked me. "Has Iduna come here that you run so fast?" "No," I answered, "but a white bear has." "Oh! Then things are better than I thought, who feared lest it might be Iduna before her time. Still, you go on an ill errand, from which I think you will return sadly." "Why do you say that, Fredisa?" I asked. Is it just because you love to croak like a raven on a rock, or for some good reason? I don't know, Olaf, she answered. I say things because they come to me, and I must, that is all. I tell you that evil will be born of this bear hunt of yours, and you had better stop at home. To be laughed at by my brethren, Freydisa? Moreover, you are foolish, for if evil is to be, how can I avoid it? Either your foresight is nothing or the evil must come. That is so, answered Freydisa. From your childhood up you had the gift of reason, which is more than is granted to most of these fools about us. Go, Olaf, and meet your foreordained evil. Still, kiss me before you go, lest we should not see each other again for a while. If the bear kills you, at least you will be saved from Iduna. Now while she said these words I was kissing Freydisa, whom I loved dearly, but when I understood them I leapt back before she could kiss me again. What do you mean by your talk about Iduna? I asked. Iduna is my betrothed, and I'll suffer no ill speech of her. I know she is, Olaf. You've got Ragnar's leavings. Although he is so hot-headed, Ragnar is a wise dog in some ways, who can tell what he should not eat. There, begone, you think me jealous of Iduna, as old women can be, but it's not that, my dear. Oh! You'll learn before all is done if you live. Begone, begone! I'll tell you no more. Hark, Ragnar is shouting to you. And she pushed me away. It was a long ride to where the bear was supposed to be. At first as we went we talked a great deal, and made a wager as to which of the three of us should first drive a spear into the beast's body so deep that the blade was hidden, but afterwards I grew silent. Indeed, I was musing so much of Iduna and how the time drew near when once more I should see her sweet face, wondering also why Ragnar and Freydisa should think so ill of her who seemed a goddess rather than a woman, that I forgot all about the bear. So completely did I forget it that when, being by nature very observant, I saw the slot of such a beast as we passed a certain birch wood, I did not think to connect it with that which we were hunting or to point it out to the others who were riding ahead of me. At length we came to the sea, and there, sure enough, saw a great ice floe, which now and again tilted as the surge caught its broad green flank. When it tilted towards us we perceived a track worn deep into the ice by the paws of the prisoned bear, as it had marched endlessly round. Also we saw a big grinning skull, whereon sat a raven picking at the eye-holes, and some fragments of white fur. "The bear is dead!" exclaimed Ragnar. "Odin's curse be on that club-footed fool who gave us this cold ride for nothing." "Yes, I suppose so," said Steiner doubtfully. "Don't you think that it is dead, Olaf?" "What is the good of asking Olaf?" broke in Ragnar, with a loud laugh. "What does Olaf know about bears? He has been asleep for the last half-hour dreaming of Athelbrand's blue-eyed daughter, or perhaps he is making up another poem. Olaf sees farther when he seems asleep than some of us do when we are awake," answered Steiner hotly. "Oh yes," replied Ragnar. "Sleeping or waking, Olaf is perfect in your eyes, for you've drunk the same milk, and that ties you tighter than a rope. Wake up, now, brother Olaf, and tell us, is not the bear dead?" Then I answered, "Why, of course, a bear is dead, see its skull, also pieces of its hide." "There!" exclaimed Ragnar. "Our family prophet has settled the matter. Let us go home." "Olaf said that a bear was dead," answered Steiner, hesitating. Ragnar, who had already swung himself round in his quick fashion, spoke back over his shoulder. "Isn't that enough for you? Do you want to hunt a skull or the raven sitting on it? Or is this, perchance, one of Olaf's riddles? If so, I am too cold to guess riddles just now." "Yet I think there is one for you to guess, brother," I said gently. "And it is, where is the live bear hiding? Can't you see that there were two bears on that ice head, and that one has killed and eaten the other?" "How do you know that?" asked Ragnar. "Because I saw the slot of the second as we passed the birchwood yonder. It has a split claw on the left forefoot, and the others are all worn by the ice." "Then why in Odin's name did you not say so before?" exclaimed Ragnar angrily. Now I was ashamed to confess that I had been dreaming, so I answered at hazard. "Because I wished to look upon the sea and the floating ice. See what wondrous colors they take in this light! When he heard this, Steiner burst out laughing till tears came into his blue eyes and his broad shoulders shook. But Ragnar, who cared nothing for scenery or sunsets, did not laugh. On the contrary, as was usual with him when vexed, he lost his temper and swore by the more evil of the gods. Then he turned on me and said, "Why not tell the truth at once, Olaf? You are afraid of this beast, and that's why you let us come on here when you knew it was in the wood. You hoped that before we got back there it would be too dark to hunt." At this taunt I flushed and gripped the shaft of my long hunting spear, for among us Northmen to be told that he was afraid of anything was a deadly insult to a man. "If you were not my brother," I began, then checked myself, for I was by nature easy-tempered, and went on. "It is true, Ragnar, I am not so fond of hunting as you are. Still, I think that there will be time to fight this bear and kill or be killed by it, before it grows dark, and if not I will return alone tomorrow morning." Then I pulled my horse round and rode ahead. As I went, my ears being very quick, I heard the other two talking together. At least, I suppose that I heard them. At any rate, I know what they said, although, strangely enough, nothing at all comes back to me of their tale of an attack upon a ship or of what then I did or did not do. "It is not wise to jeer at Olaf," said Steiner, "for when he is stung with words he does mad things. Don't you remember what happened when your father called him niddering last year because Olaf said it was not just to attack the ship of those British men who had been driven to our coast by weather, meaning us no harm?" "Aye," answered Ragnar. "He leapt among them all alone as soon as our boat touched her side, and felled the steersman. Then the British men shouted out that they would not kill so brave a lad, and threw him into the sea. It cost us that ship, since by the time we had picked him up she had put about and hoisted her large sail. Oh, Olaf is brave enough, we all know that. Still, he ought to have been born a woman or a priest of Freya who only offers flowers. Also, he knows my tongue and bears no malice. Pray that we get him home safe," said Steiner uneasily. "For if not there will be trouble with your mother, and every other woman in the land, to say nothing of Iduna the Fair." "Iduna the Fair would live through it," answered Ragnar, with a hard laugh. "But you are right, and what is more, there will be trouble among the men also, especially with my father and in my own heart. After all, there is but one Olaf." At this moment I held up my hand, and they stopped talking. Chapter 2: The Slaying of the Bear. Leaping from their horses, Ragnar and Steiner came to where I stood, for already I had dismounted and was pointing to the ground, which just here had been swept clear of snow by the wind. "I see nothing," said Ragnar. "But I do, brother," I answered, "who study the ways of wild things while you think I am asleep. Look, that moss has been turned over, for it is frozen underneath and pressed up into little mounds between the bear's claws. Also that tiny pool has gathered in the slot of the paw, it is its very shape. The other footprints do not show because of the rock." Then I went forward a few paces behind some bushes and called out, "Here runs the track, sure enough, and, as I thought, the brute has a split claw, the snow marks it well. Bid the thrall stay with the horses and come you." They obeyed, and there on the white snow which lay beyond the bush we saw the track of the bear stamped as if in wax. "A mighty beast," said Ragnar. "Never have I seen its like." "Aye," exclaimed Steiner, "but an ill place to hunt it in." And he looked doubtfully at the rough gorge, covered with undergrowth, that some 100 yards farther on became dense birch forest. "I think it would be well to ride back to Aar, and return tomorrow morning with all whom we can gather. This is no task for 3 spears." By this time Olaf was springing from rock to rock up the gorge, following the bear's track. For my brother's taunts rankled in me, and I was determined that I should kill this beast or die and thus show Ragnar that I feared no bear. So I called back to them over my shoulder, "I go home, it is wisest, but I go on, for I have never yet seen one of these white ice bears alive." "Now it is Olaf who taunts in his turn," said Ragnar with a laugh. Then they both sprang after me, but always I kept ahead of them. For the half of a mile or more they followed me out of the scrub into the birch forest, where the snow, lying on the matted boughs of the trees and especially of some firs that were mingled with the birch, made the place gloomy in that low light. Always in front of me ran the huge slots of the bear till at length they brought me to a little forest glade, where some great whirling wind had torn up many trees which had but a poor root hold on a patch of almost soilless rock. These trees lay in confusion, their tops, which had not yet rotted, being filled with frozen snow. On the edge of them I paused, having lost the track. Then I went forward again, casting wide as a hound does, while behind came Ragnar and Steiner, walking straight past the edge of the glade, and purposing to meet me at its head. This, indeed, Ragnar did, but Steiner halted because of a crunching sound that caught his ear, and then stepped to the right between two fallen birches to discover its cause. Next moment, as he told me afterwards, he stood frozen, for there behind the boughs of one of the trees was the huge white bear, eating some animal that it had killed. The beast saw him, and mad with rage at being disturbed, for it was famished after its long journey on the floe, reared itself up on its hind legs, roaring till the air shook. High it towered, its hook-like claws outstretched. Steiner tried to spring back, but caught his foot, and fell. Well for him was it that he did so, for otherwise the blow which the bear struck would have crushed him to a pulp. The brute did not seem to understand where he had gone. At any rate, it remained upreared and beating at the air. Then a doubt took it, its huge paws sank until it sat like a begging dog, sniffing the wind. At this moment Ragnar came back shouting, and hurled his spear. It stuck in the beast's chest and hung there. The bear began to feel for it with its paws, and catching the shaft, lifted it to its mouth and champed it, thus dragging the steel from its hide. Then it bethought it of Steiner, and sinking down, discovered him, and tore at the birch tree under which he had crept till the splinters flew from its trunk. Just then I reached it, having seen all. By now the bear had its teeth fixed in Steiner's shoulder, or rather, in his leathern garment, and was dragging him from under the tree. When it saw me it reared itself up again, lifting Steiner and holding him to its breast with one paw. I went mad at the sight, and charged it, driving my spear deep into its throat. With its other paw it struck the weapon from my hand, shivering the shaft. There it stood, towering over us like a white pillar, and roared with pain and fury, Steiner still pressed against it, Ragnar and I helpless. "He's sped!" gasped Ragnar. I thought for a flash of time, and oh! Well do I remember that moment, the huge beast foaming at the jaws and Steiner held to its breast as a little girl holds a doll, the still, snow-laden trees, on the top of one of which sat a small bird spreading its tail in jerks, the red light of evening, and about us the great silences of the sky above and of the lonely forest beneath. It all comes back to me, I can see it now quite clearly, yes, even the bird flitting to another twig, and there again spreading its tail to some invisible mate. Then I made up my mind what to do. "Not yet!" I cried. "Keep it in play." And drawing my short and heavy sword I plunged through the birch boughs to get behind the bear. Ragnar understood. He threw his cap into the brute's face, and then, after it had growled at him a while, just as it dropped its great jaws to crunch Steiner, he found a bough and thrust it between them. By now I was behind the bear, and smiting at its right leg below the knee, severed the tendon. Down it came, still hugging Steiner. I smote again with all my strength, and cut into its spine above the tail, paralyzing it. It was a great blow, as it need to be to cleave the thick hair and hide, and my sword broke in the backbone, so that, like Ragnar, now I was weaponless. The forepart of the bear rolled about in the snow, although its after half was still. Then once more it seemed to bethink itself of Steiner, who lay unmoving and senseless. Stretching out a paw, it dragged him towards its champing jaws. Ragnar leapt upon its back and struck at it with his knife, thereby only maddening it the more. I ran in and grasped Steiner, whom the bear was again hugging to its breast. Seeing me, it loosed Steiner, whom I dragged away and cast behind me, but in the effort I slipped and fell forward. The bear smote at me, and its mighty forearm, well for me that it was not its claws, struck me upon the side of the head and sent me crashing into a treetop to the left. 5 paces I flew before my body touched the boughs, and there I lay quiet. I suppose that Ragnar told me what passed after this while I was senseless. At least, I know that the bear began to die, for my spear had pierced some artery in its throat, and all the talk which followed, as well as though I heard it with my ears. It roared and roared, vomiting blood and stretching out its claws after Steiner as Ragnar dragged him away. Then it laid its head flat upon the snow and died. Ragnar looked at it and muttered, "Dead?" Then he walked to that top of the fallen tree in which I lay, and again muttered, "Dead? Well, Valhalla holds no braver man than Olaf the Skald." Next he went to Steiner and once again exclaimed, "Dead?" For so he looked, indeed, smothered in the blood of the bear and with his garments half torn off him. Still, as the words passed Ragnar's lips, he sat up, rubbed his eyes, and smiled as a child does when it awakes. "Are you much hurt?" asked Ragnar. "I think not," he answered doubtfully, "save that I feel sore and my head swims. I have had a bad dream." Then his eyes fell on the bear, and he added, "Oh, I remember now, it was no dream. Where is Olaf?" "Supping with Odin," answered Ragnar and pointed to me. Steiner rose to his feet, staggered to where I lay, and stared at me stretched there as white as the snow, with a smile upon my face and in my hand a spray of some evergreen bush which I had grasped as I fell. "Did he die to save me?" asked Steiner. "Aye," answered Ragnar. "And never did man walk that bridge in better fashion. You were right. Would that I had not mocked him! Would that I had died and not he!" said Steiner with a sob. "It is borne in upon my heart that it were better I had died." "Then that may well be, for the heart does not lie at such a time. Also it is true that he was worth both of us. There was something more in him than there is in us, Steiner. Come, lift him to my back, and if you are strong enough, go on to the horses and bid the thrall bring one of them. I follow." Thus ended the fight with the great white bear. Some 4 hours later, in the midst of a raging storm of wind and rain, I was brought at last to the bridge that spanned the moat of the hall of Aar, laid like a corpse across the back of one of the horses. They had been searching for us at Aar, but in that darkness had found nothing. Only at the head of the bridge was Freydisa, a torch in her hand. She glanced at me by the light of the torch. "As my heart foretold, so it is," she said. "Bring him in," then turned and ran to the house. They bore me up between the double ranks of stabled kine to where the great fire of turf and wood burned at the head of the hall, and laid me on a table. "Is he dead?" asked Thorvald, my father, who had come home that night. "And if so, how?" "Aye, father," answered Ragnar, "and nobly. He dragged Steiner yonder from under the paws of the great white bear and slew it with his sword." "A mighty deed," muttered my father. "Well, at least he comes home in honor." But my mother, whose favorite son I was, lifted up her voice and wept. Then they took the clothes from off me, and while all watched, Freydisa, the skilled woman, examined my hurts. She felt my head and looked into my eyes, and laying her ear upon my breast, listened for the beating of my heart. Presently she rose, and turning said slowly, "Olaf is not dead, though near to death. His pulses flutter, the light of life still burns in his eyes, and though the blood runs from his ears, I think the skull is not broken." When she heard these words, Thora, my mother, whose heart was weak, fainted for joy, and my father, untwisting a gold ring from his arm, threw it to Freydisa. "First the cure," she said, thrusting it away with her foot. "Moreover, when I work for love I take no pay." Then they washed me, and having dressed my hurts, laid me on a bed near the fire that warmth might come back to me. But Freydisa would not suffer them to give me anything save a little hot milk which she poured down my throat. For 3 days I lay like one dead. Indeed, all save my mother held Freydisa wrong and thought that I was dead. But on the 4th day I opened my eyes and took food, and after that fell into a natural sleep. On the morning of the 6th day I sat up and spoke many wild and wandering words, so that they believed I should only live as a madman. "His mind is gone," said my mother, and wept. "Nay," answered Freydisa. "He does but return from a land where they speak another tongue. Thorvald, bring hither the bear skin." It was brought and hung on a frame of poles at the end of the niche in which I slept, that, as was usual among northern people, opened out of the hall. I stared at it for a long while. Then my memory came back and I asked, "Did the great beast kill Steiner?" "No," answered my mother, who sat by me. Steiner was sore hurt, but escaped and now is well again. Let me see him with my own eyes, I said. So he was brought, and I looked on him. I am glad you live, my brother, I said, for no in this long sleep of mine I have dreamed that you were dead. And I stretched out my wasted arms towards him, for I loved Steiner better than any other man. He came and kissed me on the brow, saying, thanks to you, Olaf, I live to be your brother and your thrall till the end. My brother always, not my thrall, I muttered, for I was growing tired. Then I went to sleep again. 3 days later, when my strength began to return, I sent for Steiner and said, Brother Iduna the fair, whom you have never seen, my betrothed, must wonder how it fares with me, for the tale of this hurt of mine will have reached Lesso. Now, as there are reasons why Ragnar cannot go, and as I would send no mean man, I pray you to do me a favor. It is that you will take a boat and sail to Lesso, carrying with you as a present from me to Athelbrand's daughter the skin of that white bear, which I trust will serve her and me as a bed covering in winter for many a year to come. Tell her, thanks be to the gods and to the skill of Freydisa, my nurse, I live who all thought must die, and that I trust to be strong and well for our marriage at the spring feast which draws on. Say also that through all my sickness I have dreamed of none but her, as I trust that sometimes she may have dreamed of me. I'll go, answered Steiner, fast as horses' legs and sails can carry me, adding with his pleasant laugh, long have I desired to see this Iduna of yours, and to learn whether she is as beautiful as you say, also what it is in her that Ragnar hates. Be careful that you do not find her too beautiful, broke in Freydisa, who, as ever, was at my side. How can I if she is for Olaf? Answered Steiner, smiling, as he left the place to make ready for his journey to Lesso. What did you mean by those words, Freydisa? I asked when he was gone. Little or much, she replied, shrugging her shoulders. Iduna is lovely, is she not? And Steiner is handsome, is he not? And of an age when man seeks woman, and what is brotherhood when man seeks woman and woman beguiles man? Peace to your riddles, Freydisa. You forget that Iduna is my betrothed and that Steiner was fostered with me. Why, I trust them for a week at sea alone. Doubtless, Olaf, being young and foolish, as you are, also that is your nature. Now here is the broth. Drink it, and I, whom some call a wise woman and others a witch, say that tomorrow you may rise from this bed and sit in the sun, if there is any. Freydisa, I said when I had swallowed the broth. Why do folk call you a witch? I think because I am a little less of a fool than other women, Olaf. Also because it has not pleased me to marry, as it is held natural that all women should do if they have the chance. Why are you wiser, and why have you not married, Freydisa? I am wiser because I have questioned things more than most, and to those who question answers come at last. And I am not married because another woman took the only man I wanted before I met him. That was my bad luck. Still, it taught me a great lesson, namely, how to wait and meanwhile to acquire understanding. What understanding have you acquired, Freydisa? For instance, does it tell you that our gods of wood and stone are true gods which rule the world? Or are they but wood and stone, as sometimes I have thought? Then think no more, Olaf, for such thoughts are dangerous. If Leif, your uncle, Odin's high priest, heard them, what might he not say or do? Remember that whether the gods live or no, certainly the priest lives, and on the gods, and if the gods went, where would the priest be? Also, as regards these gods, well, whatever they may or may not be, at least they are the voices that in our day speak to us from that land whence we came and whither we go. The world has known millions of days, and each day has its god, or its voice, and all the voices speak truth to those who can hear them. Meanwhile, you are a fool to have sent Steiner bearing your gift to Iduna. Or perhaps you are very wise. I cannot say as yet. When I learn, I will tell you. Then again she shrugged her shoulders and left me wondering what she meant by her dark sayings. I can see her going now, a wooden bowl in her hand, and in it a horn spoon of which the handle was cracked longways, and thus in my mind ends all the scene of my sickness after the slaying of the white bear. The next thing that I remember is the coming of the men of Ager. This cannot have been very long after Steiner went to Lesso, for he had not yet returned. Being still weak from my great illness, I was seated in the sun in the shelter of the house, wrapped up in a cloak of deerskins, for the northern wind blew bitter. By me stood my father, who was in a happy mood now he knew that I should live and be strong again. Steiner should be back by now, I said to him. I trust that he has come by no ill. Oh no, answered my father carelessly. For 7 days the wind has been high, and doubtless Athelbrand fears to let him sail from Lesso. Or perhaps Steiner finds Athelbrand's hall a pleasant place to bide in, suggested Ragnar, who had joined us, a spear in his hand, for he had come in from hunting. There are good drink and bright eyes there. I was about to answer sharply, since Ragnar stung me with his bitter talk of Steiner, of whom I knew him to be somewhat jealous, because he thought I loved my foster brother more than I did him, my brother. Just then, however, 3 men appeared through trees that grew about the hall, and came towards the bridge, whereon Ragnar's great wolfhounds, knowing them for strangers, set up a furious baying and sprang forward to tear them. By the time the beasts were caught and quelled, these men, aged persons of presence, had crossed the bridge and were greeting us. This is the hall of Thorvald of Aar, is it not? And a certain Steiner dwells here with him, does he not? Asked their spokesman. It is, and I am Thorvald, answered my father. Also Steiner has dwelt here from his birth up, but is now away from home on a visit to the Lord Athelbrand of Lesso. Who are you, and what would you of Steiner, my fosterling? When you have told us the story of Steiner we will tell you who we are and what we seek, answered the man, adding, Fear not, we mean him no harm, but rather good if he is the man we think. Wife, called my father, come hither. Here are men who would know the story of Steiner, and say that they mean him good. So my mother came, and the men bowed to her. The story of Steiner is short, sirs, she said. His mother, Steindridi, who was my cousin and the friend of my childhood, married the great chief Hakon, of Ager, 22 summers gone. A year later, just before Steiner was born, she fled to me here, asking shelter of my lord. Her tale was that she had quarreled with Hakon because another woman had crept into her place. Finding that this tale was true, and that Hakon had treated her ill indeed, we gave her shelter, and here her son Steiner was born, in giving birth to whom she died, of a broken heart, as I think, for she was mad with grief and jealousy. I nursed him with my son Olaf yonder, and as, although he had news of his birth, Hakon never claimed him, with us he has dwelt as a son ever since. That is all the tale. Now what would you with Steiner? This, lady. The Lord Hakon and the 3 sons whom that other woman you tell of bore him ere she died, for after Steindridi's death he married her, were drowned in making harbor on the night of the great gale 18 days ago. That is the day when the bear nearly killed Steiner, I interrupted. Well for him, then, young sir, that he escaped this bear, for now, as it seems to us, he is the lord of all Hakon's lands and people, being the only male left living of his issue. This, by the wish of the head men of Ager, where is Hakon's hall, we have come to tell him, if he still lives, since by report he is a goodly man and brave, one well fitted to sit in Hakon's place. Is the heritage great? Asked my father. Aye, very great, lord. In all Jutland there was no richer man than Hakon. By Odin, exclaimed my father, it seems that Steiner is in fortune's favor. Well, men of Ager, enter and rest you. After you have eaten we will talk further of these matters. It was just then that, appearing between the trees on the road that ran to Fladstrand and to the sea, I saw a company mounted upon horses. In front was a young woman, wrapped in a coat of furs, talking eagerly to a man who rode by her. Behind, clad in armor, with a battle-axe girt about him, rode another man, big and fork-bearded, who stared about him gloomily, and behind him again 10 or 12 thralls and seamen. One glance was enough for me. Then I sprang up, crying, Iduna's self, and with her my brother Steiner, the Lord Athelbrand and his folk. A happy sight indeed, and I would have run forward to meet them. Yes, yes, said my mother, but await them here, I pray you. You are not yet strong, my son. And she flung her arms about me and held me. Presently they were at the bridge, and Steiner, springing from his horse, lifted Iduna from her saddle, a sight at which I saw my mother frown. Then I would no longer be restrained, but ran forward, crying greetings as I came, and seizing Iduna's hand, I kissed it. Indeed, I would have kissed her cheek also, but she shrank back, saying, "Not before all these folk, Olaf." "As you will," I answered, though just then a chill struck me, which, I thought to myself, came doubtless from the cold wind. "It will be the sweeter afterwards," I added as gaily as I could. "Yes," she said hurriedly. "But Olaf, how white and thin you are! I had hoped to find you well again, though, not knowing how it fared with you, I came to see with my own eyes." "That is good of you," I muttered as I turned to grasp Steiner's hand, adding, "I know well who it was that brought you here." "Nay, nay," she said. "I came of myself. But my father waits you, Olaf." So I went to where the Lord Athelbrand Forkbeard was dismounting, and greeted him, lifting my cap. "What?" grumbled Athelbrand, who seemed to be in an ill temper. "Are you Olaf? I should scarcely have known you again, lad, for you look more like a wisp of hay tied on a stick than a man. Now that the flesh is off you, I see you lack bone, unlike some others." And he glanced at the broad-shouldered Steiner. "Greeting to you, Thorvald. We are come here through a sea that nearly drowned us, somewhat before the appointed time, because, on the whole, I thought it best to come. I pray Odin that you are more glad to see us than I am to see you." "If so, friend Athelbrand, why did you not stop away?" asked my father, firing up, then adding quickly, "Nay, no offense, you are welcome here, whatever your humor, and you too, my daughter that is to be, and you, Steiner, my fosterling, who, as it chances, are come in a good hour." "How's that, lord?" asked Steiner absently, for he was looking at Iduna. "Thus, Steiner, these men," and he pointed to the 3 messengers, "have but just arrived from Ager with the news that your father, Hakon, and your half-brothers are all drowned. They say also that the folk of Ager have named you Hakon's heir, as, indeed, you are by right of blood." "Is that so?" exclaimed Steiner, bewildered. "Well, as I never saw my father or my brothers, and they treated me but ill, I cannot weep for them." "Hakon!" broke in Athelbrand. "Why, I knew him well, for in my youth we were comrades in war. He was the wealthiest man in Jutland in cattle, lands, thralls, and stored gold. Young friend, your luck is great." And he stared first at Steiner, then at Iduna, pulling his forked beard and muttering words to himself that I could not catch. "Steiner gets the fortune he deserves," I exclaimed, embracing him. "Not for nothing did I save you from the bear, Steiner. Come, wish my foster brother joy, Iduna." "Aye, that I do with all my heart," she said. "Joy and long life to you, and with them rule and greatness, Steiner, Lord of Ager." And she curtsied to him, her blue eyes fixed upon his face. But Steiner turned away, making no answer. Only Ragnar, who stood by, burst into a loud laugh. Then, putting his arm through mine, he led me into the hall, saying, "This wind is over cold for you, Olaf. Nay, trouble not about Iduna. Steiner, Lord of Ager, will care for her, I think." That night there was a feast at Aar, and I sat at it with Iduna by my side. Beautiful she was indeed in her garment of blue, over which streamed her yellow hair, bright as the gold rings that tinkled on her rounded arms. She was kind to me also, and bade me tell her the story of the slaying of the bear, which I did as best I could, though afterwards Ragnar told it otherwise, and more fully. Only Steiner said little or nothing, for he seemed to be lost in dreams. I thought that this was because he felt sad at the news of the death of his father and brethren, since, although he had never known them, blood still calls to blood, and so, I believe, did most there present. At any rate my father and mother tried to cheer him, and in the end bade the men of Ager draw near to tell him the tale of his heritage. They obeyed, and set out all their case, of which the sum was that Steiner must now be one of the wealthiest and most powerful men of the northern lands. "It seems that we should all take off our caps to you, young lord," said Athelbrand when he heard this tale of rule and riches. "Why did you not ask me for my fair daughter?" he added with a half-drunken laugh, for all the liquor he had swallowed had got a hold of his brain. Recovering himself, he went on. "It is my will, Thorvald, that Iduna and this snipe of an Olaf of yours should be wed as soon as possible. I say that they shall be wed as soon as possible, since otherwise I know not what may happen. Then his head fell forward on the table, and he sank to sleep. Chapter 3: The Wanderer's Necklace. On the morrow early I lay awake, for how could I sleep when Iduna rested beneath the same roof with me, Iduna, who, as her father had decreed, was to become my wife sooner than I had hoped. I was thinking how beautiful she looked, and how much I loved her, also of other things that were not so pleasant. For instance, why did not everybody see her with my eyes? I could not hide from myself that Ragnar went near to hating her. More than once she had almost been the cause of a quarrel between us. Fredisa, too, my nurse, who loved me, looked on her sourly, and even my mother, although she tried to like her for my sake, had not yet learned to do so, or thus it appeared to me. When I asked her why, she replied that she feared the maid was somewhat selfish, also too fond of drawing the eyes of men, and of the adornment of her beauty. Of those who were dearest to me, indeed, only Steiner seemed to think Iduna as perfect as I did myself. This, so far as it went, was well, but then, Steiner and I had always thought alike, which robbed his judgment of something of its worth. Whilst I was pondering over these things, although it was still so early that my father and Athelbrand were yet in bed sleeping off the fumes of the liquor they had drunk, I heard Steiner himself talking to the messengers from Ager in the hall. They asked him humbly whether he would be pleased to return with them that day and take possession of his inheritance, since they must get back forthwith to Ager with their tidings. He replied that if they would send some or come themselves to escort him on the 10th day from that on which they spoke, he would go to Ager with them, but that until then he could not do so. 10 days! In 10 days who knows what may happen? Said their spokesman. Such a heritage as yours will not lack for claimants, lord, especially as Hakon has left nephews behind him. I know not what will or will not happen, answered Steiner, but until then I cannot come. Go now, I pray you, if you must, and bear my words and greetings to the men of Ager, whom soon I hope to meet myself. So they went, as I thought, heavily enough. A while afterwards my father rose and came into the hall, where from my bed I could see Steiner seated on a stool by the fire brooding. He asked where the men of Ager were, and Steiner told him what he had done. Are you mad, Steiner? He asked. That you have sent them away with such an answer? Why did you not consult me first? Because you were asleep, foster father, and the messengers said they must catch the tide. Also I could not leave Aar until I had seen Olaf and Iduna married. Iduna and Olaf can marry without your help. It takes 2 to make a marriage, not 3. I see well that you owe love and loyalty to Olaf, who is your foster brother and saved your life, but you owe something to yourself also. I pray Odin that this folly may not have cost you your lordship. Fortune is a wench who will not bear slighting. I know it, answered Steiner, and there was something strange in his voice. Believe me, I do not slight Fortune, I follow her in my own fashion. Then it is a mad fashion, grumbled my father, and walked away. It comes back to me that it was some days after this that I saw the ghost of the wanderer standing on his grave mound. It happened thus. On a certain afternoon I had been riding alone with Iduna, which was a great joy to me, though I would sooner have walked, for then I could have held her hand, and perhaps, if she had suffered it, kissed her. I had recited to her a poem which I had made comparing her to the goddess Iduna, the wife of Bragi, she who guarded the apples of immortal youth whereof the gods must eat or die, she whose garment was the spring, woven of the flowers that she put on when she escaped from winter's giant grasp. I think that it was a very good poem of its own sort, but Iduna seemed to have small taste for poetry and to know little of the lovely goddess and her apples, although she smiled sweetly and thanked me for my verses. Then she began to talk of other matters, especially of how, after we were wed, her father wished to make war upon another chieftain and to seize his land. She said that it was for this reason that he had been so anxious to form an alliance with my father, Thorvald, as such an alliance would make him sure of victory. Before that time, she told me that he, Athelbrand, had purposed to marry her to another lord for this very reason, but unhappily this lord had been killed in battle. Nay, happily for us, Iduna, I said. Perhaps, she answered with a sigh. Who knows? At any rate, your house will be able to give us more ships and men than he who is dead could have done. Yet I love peace, not war, I broke in. I who hate the slaying of those who have never harmed me, and do not seek to die on the swords of men whom I have no desire to harm. Of what good is war when one has enough? I would be no widowmaker, Iduna, nor do I wish that others should make you a widow. Iduna looked at me with her steady blue eyes. You talk strangely, Olaf, she said, and were it not known to be otherwise, some might hold that you are a coward. Yet it was no coward who leapt alone on board the battleship, or who slew the great white bear to save Steiner's life. I do not understand you, Olaf, you who have doubts as to the killing of men. How does a man grow great except upon the blood of others? It is that which fats him. How does the wolf live? How does the kite live? How does Odin fill Valhalla? By death, always by death. I cannot answer you, I said. Yet I hold that somewhere there is an answer which I do not know, since wrong can never be the right. Then, as she did not seem to understand, I began to talk of other things, but from that moment I felt as though a veil swung between me and Iduna. Her beauty held my flesh, but some other part in me turned away from her. We were different. When we reached the hall we met Steiner, who was lingering near the door. He ran forward and helped Iduna to dismount, then said, Olaf, I know that you must not overtire yourself as yet, but your lady has told me that she desires to see the sunset from Odin's mount. Have I your leave to take her there? I do not yet need Olaf's leave to walk abroad, though some few days hence it may be different, broke in Iduna, with a merry laugh, before I could answer. Come, Lord Steiner, let us go and see this sunset whereof you talk so much. Yes, go, I said. Only do not stay too long, for I think a storm comes up. But who is that has taught Steiner to love sunsets? So they went, and before they had been gone an hour the storm broke as I had foreseen. First came wind, and with it hail, and after that thunder and great darkness, lit up from time to time by pulsing lightning. Steiner and Iduna do not return. I am afraid for them, I said at last to Freydisa. Then why do you not go to seek them? She asked with a little laugh. I think I will, I said. If so, I will come with you, Olaf, for you still need a nurse, though, for my part, I hold that the Lord Steiner and the Lady Iduna can guard themselves as well as most folk. No, I am wrong. I mean that the Lady Iduna can guard herself and the Lord Steiner. Now, be not angry. Here's your cloak. So we started, for I was urged to this foolish journey by some impulse that I could not master. There were two ways of reaching Odin's mount, one, the shorter, over the rocks and through the forest land. The other, the longer, ran across the open plain, between the many earth tombs of the dead who had lived thousands of years before, and past the great mound in which it was said that a warrior of long ago, who was named the Wanderer, lay buried. Because of the darkness we chose this latter road, and presently found ourselves beneath the great mass of the Wanderer's Mount. Now the darkness was intense, and the lightning grew rare, for the hail and rain had ceased and the storm was rolling away. My counsel is, said Freydisa, that we wait here until the moon rises, which it should do soon. When the wind has driven away the clouds it will show us our path, but if we go on in this darkness we shall fall into some pit. It is not cold tonight, and you will take no harm. No, indeed, I answered, for now I am as strong again as ever I was. So we stayed till the lightning, flashing for the last time, showed us a man and a woman standing quite close to us, although we had not heard them because of the wind. They were Steiner and Iduna, talking together eagerly, with their faces very near to each other. At the same moment they saw us. Steiner said nothing, for he seemed confused, but Iduna ran to us and said, Thanks be to the gods who send you, Olaf. The great storm caught us at Odin's temple, where we were forced to shelter. Then, fearing that you would grow frightened, we started, and lost our way. Is it so? I answered. Surely Steiner would have known this road even in the dark. But what matter, since I have found you? Ah, he knew as soon as we saw this grave mound. But Steiner was telling me that some ghost haunts it, and I begged him to stay a while, since there is nothing I desire so much as to see a ghost, who believe little in such things. So he stayed, though he says he fears the dead more than the living. Freydisa, they tell me that you are very wise. Cannot you show me this ghost? The spirit does not ask my leave to appear, lady, answered Freydisa in her quiet voice. Still, at times it does appear, for I have seen it twice. So let us bide here a little on the chance. Then she went forward a few steps and began to mutter to herself. Some minutes later the clouds broke and the great moon was seen riding low down in a clear sky, illumining the grave mound and all the plain, save where we stood in the shadow of the mount. Do you see aught? Asked Freydisa presently. If not, let us be gone, for when the wanderer comes at all it is at the rising of the moon. Steiner and Iduna answered. No. But I, who did see something, said, Look yonder among the shadows. Mayhap it is a wolf stirring. Nay, it is a man. Look, Iduna. I look and find nothing, she answered. Look again, I said. He reaches the top of the mount, and stands there staring towards the south. Oh! Now he turns, and the moonlight shines upon his face. You dream, Olaf, said Steiner. If you do not dream, tell us of the likeness of this spirit. Its likeness, I answered, is that of a tall and noble man, worn as though with years and sorrows. He wears strange rich armor that is dinted and soiled. On his head is a cap of mail with 2 long earpieces, beneath which appears his brown hair lined with gray. He holds a red-colored sword which is handled with a cross of gold. He points the sword at you, Steiner. It is as though he were angry with you, or warned you. Now, when Steiner heard these words he shook and groaned, as I remembered afterwards. But of this I took no note at the time, for just then Iduna cried out. Say, Olaf, does the man wear a necklace? I see a necklace hanging in the air above the mount, but naught else. Yes, Iduna, he wears a necklace above his mail. How does it appear to you? Oh, beautiful, beautiful, she answered. A chain of pale gold, and hanging from it golden shells inlaid with blue, and between them green jewels that hold the moon. That is what I see also, I said, as indeed I did. There! All is gone. Freydisa returned, and there was a strange smile on her dark face, for she had heard all our talk. Who sleeps in that mound, Freydisa? Asked Iduna. How can I tell, lady, seeing that he was laid there 1,000 years ago, or mayhap more? Yet a story, true or false, remains of him that I have heard. It is that he was a king of these parts, who followed a dream to the south. The dream was of a necklace, and of one who wore it. For many years he wandered, and at length returned again to this place, which had been his home, wearing the necklace. But when he saw its shore from the sea he fell down, and his spirit left him. What happened to him in his wanderings none know, for the tale is lost. Only it is said that his people buried him in yonder mound still wearing his armor and the necklace he had won. There, as Olaf has seen, or thinks that he has seen but now, he stands at moonrise ere trouble comes to any of his race, and stares towards the south, always towards the south. Is the necklace yet in the mound? Asked Iduna eagerly. Without doubt, lady. Who would dare to touch the holy thing and bring on him the curse of the wanderer and his gods, and with it his own death? No man that ever sailed the seas, I think. Not so, Freydisa, for I am sure I know one who would dare it for my sake. Olaf, if you love me, bring me that necklace as a marriage gift. I tell you that, having once seen it, I want it more than anything in all the world. Did you hear what Freydisa said? I asked. That he who wrought this sacrilege would bring upon himself evil and death? Yes, I heard. But it is folly, for who need fear dead bones? As for the shape you saw, why, it is strengthless for good or ill, a shadow drawn from what has been by the magic moon, or perchance by Freydisa's witchery. Olaf, Olaf, get me that necklace or I will never kiss you more. That means you will not marry me, Iduna? That means I will only marry the man who gives me that necklace. If you fear the deed, perhaps there are some others by whom it might be tried. Now when I heard these words a sudden rage seized me. Was I to be taunted thus by the fair woman whom I loved? Fear is an ill word to use to me, I said sternly. "No, Iduna, that if it is put to me thus I fear nothing in life or death. You shall have the necklace if it can be found in yonder earth, chance what may to the searcher. Nay, no more words. Steiner will lead you home. I must talk of this matter with Freydisa." It was midnight, I know not on what day, since all these things come back to me in vivid scenes, as flashes of lightning show a landscape, but are separated from each other by dense darkness. Freydisa and I stood by the wanderer's grave, and at our feet lay digging tools, 2 lamps, and tinder to light them. We were setting about our grim task at dead of night, for fear lest the priests should stay us. Also, I did not wish the people to know that I had done this thing. "Here is work for a month," I said doubtfully, looking up at the great mass of the mound. "Nay," replied Freydisa, "since I can show you the door of the grave, and perchance the passage still stands." "Yet will you really enter there?" "Why not, Freydisa? Must I bear to be taunted by the woman I am to wed? Surely it would be better to die and have done. Let the ghost slay me if he will. It comes upon me that if so I shall be spared trouble." "No bridegroom's talk," said Freydisa, "however true it may be. Yet, young Olaf, do you take heart, since I think that this ghost has no desire for your blood. I am wise in my own fashion, Olaf, and much of the past comes to me, if little of the future, and I believe that this wanderer and you have more to do with each other than we can guess. It may be even that this task is appointed to you and that all these happenings, which are but begun, work to an end unseen. At the least, try your fortune, and if you die, why, I who was your nurse from your mother's knee, love you well enough to die with you. Together we'll descend to Hela's halls, there to seek out the wanderer and learn his story." Then, throwing her arms about my neck, she drew me to her and kissed me on the brow. "I was not your mother, Olaf," she went on, "but to be honest I would have been could I have had my fancy, though, strangely enough, I never felt thus towards Ragnar, your brother. Now, why do you make me talk foolishness? Come hither, and I will show you the entrance to the grave. It is where the sun first strikes upon it." Then she led me to the east of the mound, where, not more than 8 or 10 feet from its base, grew a patch of bushes. Among these bushes was a little hollow, as though at this spot the earth had sunk in. Here, at her bidding, I began to dig, and with her help worked for the half of an hour or more in silence, till at length my spade struck against a stone. "It is the door stone," said Freydisa. "Dig round it." So I dug till I made a hole at the edge of the stone large enough for a man to creep through. After this we paused to rest a while and to allow the air within the mound to purify. "Now," she said, "if you are not afraid, we will enter." "I am afraid," I answered. Indeed, the terror which struck me then returns, so that even as I write I feel fear of the dead man who lay, and for aught I know still lies, within that grave. "Yet," I added, "never will I face Iduna more without the necklace, if it can be found." So we struck sparks on to the tinder, and from them lit the 2 lamps of seal oil. Then I crept into the hole, Freydisa following me, to find myself in a narrow passage built of rough stones and roofed with flat slabs of water-worn rock. This tunnel, save for a little dry soil that had sifted into it through the cracks between the stones, was quite clear. We crawled along it without difficulty till we came to the tomb chamber, which was in the center of the mound, but at a higher level than the entrance. For the passage sloped upwards, doubtless to allow for drainage. The huge stones with which it was lined and roofed over were not less than 10 feet high and set on end side by side. One of these upright stones was that designed for the door. Had it been in place, we could not have entered the chamber without great labor and the help of many men. But, as it chanced, either it had never been set up after the burial, or this was done so hastily that it had fallen. "We are in luck's way," said Freydisa, when she noticed this. "No, I will go first, who know more of ghosts than you do, Olaf. If the wanderer strikes, let him strike me." And she clambered over the fallen slab. Presently she called back, saying, "Come, all is quiet here, as it should be in such a place." I followed her, and sliding down the end of the stone, which I remember scratched my elbow and made it bleed, found myself in a little room about 12 feet square. In this place there was but one thing to be seen, what appeared to be the trunk of a great oak tree, some 9 feet in length, and standing on it, side by side, 2 figures of bronze under a foot in height. "The coffin in which the wanderer lies and the gods he worshipped," said Freydisa. Then she took up first one and next the other of the bronze figures, and we examined them in the light of the lamps, although I feared to touch them. They were statues of a man and a woman. The man, who wore a long and formal beard, was wrapped in what seemed to be a shroud, through an opening in which appeared his hands. In the right hand was a scourge with a handle, and in the left a crook such as a shepherd might use, only shorter. On his head was what I took to be a helmet, a tall peaked cap ending in a knob, having on either side of it a stiff feather of bronze, and in front, above the forehead, a snake, also of bronze. The woman was clad in a straight and narrow robe, cut low beneath her breast. Her face was mild and beautiful, and in her right hand she held a looped scepter. Her hair descended in many long plaits onto her shoulders. For headdress she wore 2 horns, supporting between them a burnished disk of gold like to that of the moon when it is full. "Strange gods!" I muttered. "Aye," answered Freydisa. "Yet may be true ones to those who worship them. But we will talk of these later, now for their servant." Then she dropped the figures into a pouch at her side, and began to examine the trunk of the oak tree, of which the outer sap wood had been turned to tinder by age, leaving the heart still hard as iron. "See," she said, pointing to a line about 4 inches from the top. "The tree has been sawn in 2 lengthways and the lid laid on. Come, help." Then she took an iron-shod staff which we had brought with us, and worked its sharp point into the crack, after which we both rested our weight upon the staff. The lid of the coffin lifted quite easily, for it was not pegged down, and slid of its own weight over the side of the tree. In the cavity beneath was a form covered with a purple cloak stained as though by salt water. Freydisa lifted the cloak, and there lay the wanderer, as he had been placed 1,000 or more of years before our time, as perfect as he had been in the hour of his death, for the tannin from the new-felled tree in which he was buried had preserved him. Breathless with wonder, we bent down and examined him by the light of the lamps. He was a tall, spare man, to all appearance of between 50 and 60 years of age. His face was thin and fine. He wore a short, grizzled beard. His hair, so far as it could be seen beneath his helmet, was brown and lightly tinged with gray. "Does he call anyone to your mind?" asked Freydisa. "Yes, I think so, a little," I replied. "Who is it now?" "Oh, I know, my mother." "That is strange, Olaf, since to me he seems much like what you might become should you live to his years. Yet it was through your mother's line that Ar came to your race many generations gone, for this much is known. Well, study him hard, for, look you, now that the air has got to him, he melts away." Melt he did, indeed, till presently there was nothing left save a skull patched here and there with skin and hair. Yet I never forgot that face. Indeed, to this hour I see it quite clearly. When at length it had crumbled, we turned to other things, knowing that our time in the grave must be measured by the oil in the simple lamps we had. Freydisa lifted a cloth from beneath the chin, revealing a dinted breastplate of rich armor, different from any of our day and land, and lying on it, such a necklace as we had seen upon the ghost, a beauteous thing of inlaid golden shells and emerald stones shaped like beetles. "Take it for your Iduna," said Freydisa, "since it is for her sake that we break in upon this great man's rest." I seized the precious thing and tugged at it, but the chain was stout and would not part. Again I tugged, and now it was the neck of the wanderer that broke, for the head rolled from the body, and the gold chain came loose between the two. "Let us be going," said Freydisa, as I hid away the necklace. "The oil in the lamps burns low, and even I do not care to be left here in the dark with this mighty one whom we have robbed." "There's his armor," I said. "I'd have that armor, it is wonderful." "Then stop and get it by yourself," she answered, "for my lamp dies." "At least I will take the sword," I exclaimed, and snatched at the belt by which it was girt about the body. The leather had rotted, and it came away in my hand. Holding it, I clambered over the stone after Freydisa, and followed her down the passage. Before we reached the end of it the lamps went out, so that we must finish our journey in the dark. Thankful enough were both of us when we found ourselves safe in the open air beneath the familiar stars. "Now, how comes it, Freydisa?" I asked, when we had got our breath again, "that this wanderer, who showed himself so threateningly upon the crest of his grave, lies patient as a dead sheep within it while we rob his bones? Because we were meant to take it, as I think, Olaf. Now help me to fill in the mouth of that hole roughly. I will return to finish this tomorrow, and let us away to the hall. I am weary, and I tell you, Olaf, that the weight of things to come lies heavy on my soul. I think wisdom dwells with that wanderer's bones. Yes, and foresight of the future and memories of the past." Chapter 4. Iduna wears the necklace. I lay sleeping in my bed at Aar, the sword of the wanderer by my side and his necklace beneath my pillow. In my sleep there came to me a very strange and vivid dream. I dreamed that I was the wanderer, no other man, and here I, who write this history in these modern days, will say that the dream was true. Once in the far past I, who afterwards was born as Olaf, and who am now, well, never mind my name, lived in the shape of that man who in Olaf's time was by tradition known as the Wanderer. Of that wanderer life, however, for some reason which I cannot explain, I am able to recover but few memories. Other earlier lives come back to me much more clearly, but at present the details of this particular existence escape me. For the purpose of the history which I am setting down this matters little, since, although I know enough to be sure that the persons concerned in the Olaf life were for the most part the same as those concerned in the Wanderer life, their stories remain quite distinct. Therefore, I propose to leave that of the Wanderer, so far as I know it, untold, wild and romantic as it seems to have been. For he must have been a great man, this Wanderer, who in the early ages of the northern world, drawn by the magnet of some previous Egyptian incarnation, broke back to those southern lands with which his informing spirit was already so familiar, and thence won home again to the place where he was born, only to die. In considering this dream which Olaf dreamed, let it be remembered then, that although 1,000, or maybe 1,500, of our earthly years separated us from each other, the Wanderer, into whose tomb I broke at the goading of Iduna, and I, Olaf, were really the same being clothed in different shapes of flesh. To return to my dream. I, Olaf, or rather, my spirit, dwelling in the Wanderer's body, that body which I had just seen lying in the grave, stood at night in a great columned building, which I knew to be the temple of some god. At my feet lay a basin of clear water. The moonlight, which was almost as bright as that of day, showed me my reflection in the water. It was like to that of the Wanderer, as I had seen him lying in his oak coffin in the mound, only younger than he had seemed to be in the coffin. Moreover, he wore the same armor that the man in the coffin wore, and at his side hung the red, cross-handled sword. There he stood in the temple alone, and looked across a plain, green with crops, on which sat two mighty images as high as tall pines, looked to a great river on whose banks grew trees such as I had never beheld, tall, straight trees, surmounted by a stiff crown of leaves. Beyond this river lay a white, flat-roofed city, and in it were other great columned temples. The man in whom I, Olaf the Dane, seemed to dwell in my dream turned, and behind him saw a range of naked hills of brown rock, and in them the mouth of a desolate valley where was no green thing. Presently he became aware that he was no longer alone. At his side stood a woman. She was a very beautiful woman, unlike anyone I, Olaf, had ever seen. Her shape was tall and slender. Her eyes were large, dark, and soft as a deer's. Her features were small and straight, save the mouth, of which the lips were somewhat full. The face, which was dark-hued, like her hair and eyes, was sad, but wore a sweet and haunting smile. It was much such a face as that upon the statue of the goddess which we had found in the Wanderer's tomb, and the dress she wore beneath her cloak was like to the dress of the goddess. She was speaking earnestly. "My love, my only love," she said, "you must be gone this very night. Indeed, the boat awaits you that shall take you down the river to the sea. All is discovered. My waiting lady, the priestess, but now has told me that my father, the king, purposes to seize and throw you into prison tomorrow, and thereafter to put you on your trial for being beloved by a daughter of the royal blood, of which, as you are a foreign man, however noble you may be, the punishment is death. Moreover, if you are condemned, your doom will be my own. There is but one way in which to save my life, and that is by your flight, for if you fly it has been whispered to me that all will be forgotten. Now, in my dream, he who wore the wanderer's shape reasoned with her, saying at length that it was better they both should die, to live on in the world of spirits, rather than part forever. She hid her face on his breast and answered, I cannot die. I would stay to look upon the sun, not for my own sake, but because of our child that will be born. Nor can I fly with you, since then your boat will be stopped. But if you go alone, the guards will let it pass. They have their commands. After this for a while they wept in each other's arms, for their hearts were broken. Give me some token, he murmured. Let me wear something that you have worn until my death. She opened her cloak, and there upon her breast hung that necklace which had lain upon the breast of the wanderer in his tomb, the necklace of gold and inlaid shells and emerald beetles, only there were 2 rows of shells and emeralds, not one. One row she unclasped and clasped it again round his neck, breaking the little gold threads that bound the 2 strands together. Take this, she said, and I will wear the half which is left of it even in my grave, as you also shall wear your half in life and death. Now something comes upon me. It is that when the severed parts of this necklace are once more joined together, then we two shall meet again upon the earth. What chance is there that I shall return from my northern home, if ever I went so far, back to this southern land? None, she answered. In this life we shall kiss no more. Yet there are other lives to come, or so I think and have learned through the wisdom of my people. Begone, begone, ere my heart breaks on yours, but never let this necklace of mine, which was that of those who were long before me, lie upon another woman's breast, for if so it will bring sorrow to the giver, and to her to whom it is given no good fortune. How long must I wait before we meet again? He asked. I do not know, but I think that when all that jewel once more grows warm above my immoral heart, this temple which they call eternal will be but a time-eaten ruin. Hark, the priestess calls. Farewell, you man who have come out of the north to be my glory and my shame. Farewell, until the purpose of our lives declares itself, and the seed that we have sown in sorrow shall blossom into an everlasting flower. Farewell. Farewell! Then a woman appeared in the background beckoning, and all my dream vanished away. Yet to my mind came the thought that it was to the lady who gave the necklace that death stood near, rather than to him to whom it was given. For surely death was written in her sad and longing eyes. So that dream ended. When I, Olaf, awoke in the morning, it was to find that already everyone was astir, for I had overslept myself. In the hall were gathered Ragnar, Steiner, Iduna and Fredisa. The elders were talking together elsewhere on the subject of the forthcoming marriage. I went to Iduna to embrace her, and she proffered me her cheek, speaking all the while over her shoulder to Ragnar. Where were you last night, brother, that you came in near the dawn, all covered with mud? Asked Ragnar, turning his back on Iduna, without making any answer to her words. Digging in the wanderer's grave, brother, as Iduna challenged me to do. Now all 3 of them turned on me eagerly, save Fredisa, who stood by the fire listening, and with one voice asked if I had found anything. I replied. I found the wanderer, a very noble-looking man. And I began to describe him. Peace to this dead wanderer, broke in Iduna. Did you find the necklace? Yes, I found the necklace. Here it is. And I laid the splendid thing upon the board. Then suddenly I lost my speech, since now for the first time I saw that, twisted round the chain of it, were 3 broken wires of gold. I remembered how in my dream I had seen the beautiful woman break such wires ere she gave half of the jewel to the man in whose breast I had seemed to dwell, and for a moment grew so frightened that I could say no more. Oh! Exclaimed Iduna. It is beautiful, beautiful! Oh! Olaf, I thank you! And she flung her arms about me and kissed me, this time in earnest. Then she seized the necklace and fastened it round her throat. Stay, I said, awaking. I think you had best not touch those gems. Iduna, I have dreamed that they will bring no luck to you or to any woman, save one. Here the dark-faced Fredisa looked up at me, then dropped her eyes again, and stood listening. You have dreamed! Exclaimed Iduna. I care little what you have dreamed. It is for the necklace I care, and not all the ill luck in the world shall stay me from the keeping of it. Here again Freydisa looked up, but Steiner looked down. Did you find aught else? Asked Ragnar, interrupting. Aye, brother, this. And from under my cloak I produced the Wanderer's sword. A wondrous weapon, said Ragnar when he had examined it. Though somewhat heavy for its length, and of bronze, after the fashion of those that are buried in the grave mounds. It has seen much wear also, and I should say, has loosed many a spirit. Look at the gold work of the handle. Truly a wondrous weapon, worth all the necklaces in the world. But tell us your story. So I told them, and when I came to the images that we had found standing on the coffin, Iduna, who was paying little heed, stopped from her fondling of the necklace and asked where they were. Freydisa has them, I answered. Show them the Wanderer's gods, Freydisa. So Freydisa was with you, was she? Said Iduna. Then she glanced at the gods, laughed a little at their fashion and raiment, and again fell to fingering the necklace, which was more to her than any gods. Afterwards Freydisa asked me what was the dream of which I had spoken, and I told it to her, every word. It is a strange story, said Freydisa. What do you make of it, Olaf? Nothing save that it was a dream. And yet those 3 broken wires that are twisted round the chain, which I had never noted till I saw the necklace in Iduna's hand. They fit well with my dream. Ah, Olaf, and the dream fits well with other things. Have you ever heard, Olaf, that there are those who say that men live more than once upon this earth? No, I answered, laughing. Yet why should they not do so, as they live at all? If so, perhaps I am that wanderer, in whose body I seem to be, only then I am sure that the lady with the golden shells was not Iduna. And again I laughed. No, Olaf, she was not Iduna, though perchance there was an Iduna, all the same. Tell me, did you see aught of that priestess who was with the lady? Only that she was tall and dark, one of middle age. But why waste words on this midnight madness? Yet that royal woman haunts me. I would that I could see her again, if only in a dream. Also, Freydisa, I would that Iduna had not taken the necklace. I fear lest it should bring misfortune. Where is she now? I will tell her again. Wandering with Steiner, I think, and wearing the necklace. Oh! Olaf, like you, I fear it will bring woe. I cannot read your dream, as yet. It was the day before that of my marriage. I see them moving about, the shapes of all those long-forgotten men and women, arrayed in their bravest garments, and rude ornaments of gold and silver, for a great company had been bidden, many of whom came from far. I see my uncle, Leif, the dark-browed priest of Odin, passing between the hall and the temple where on the morrow he must celebrate the marriage rites in such a fashion as would do honor to the god. I see Iduna, Athelbrand and Steiner talking together apart. I see myself watching all this life and stir like one who is mazed, and I know that since I had entered the wanderer's grave all things had seemed unreal to me. Iduna, whom I loved, was about to become my wife, and yet between me and Iduna continually was thrust a vision of the woman of my dream. At times I thought that the blow from the bear's paw had hurt my brain, that I must be going mad. I prayed to the gods that this might not be so, and when my prayers availed me nothing I sought the counsel of Freydisa. She listened to my story, then said briefly, "Let be. Things will go as they are fated. You are no madder than the rest of men. I can say no more. It was the custom of that time and land that, if possible, the wife-to-be should not pass the night before her marriage under the same roof as her future husband. Therefore Athelbrand, whose mood had been strange of late, went with Iduna to sleep in his beached ship. At my request Steiner went with them, in order that he might see that they were brought back in good time in the morning. You will not fail me in this, Steiner?" I said, clasping his hand. He tried to answer something, but the words seemed to choke in his throat, and he turned away, leaving them unspoken. "Why," I exclaimed, "one might think you were going to be married, not I." "I?" broke in Iduna hurriedly. "The truth is that Steiner is jealous of me. How is it that you can make us all love you so much, Olaf? Would that I were more worthy of your love," I answered, smiling, "as in years to come I hope to show myself." Athelbrand, who was watching, tugged at his forked beard and muttered something that sounded like an oath. Then he rode off, kicking his horse savagely and not noting my outstretched hand, or so it seemed. Of this, however, I took little heed, for I was engaged in kissing Iduna in farewell. "Be not sad," she said, as she kissed me back on the lips. "Remember that we part for the last time." Again she kissed me and went, laughing happily. The morning came. All was prepared. From far and near the guests were gathered, waiting to do honor to the marriage feast. Even some of the men of Ager were there, who had come to pay homage to their new lord. The spring sun shone brightly, as it should upon a marriage morn, and without the doors the trumpeters blew blasts with their curved horns. In the temple the altar of Odin was decorated with flowers, and by it, also decorated with flowers, the offering awaited sacrifice. My mother, in her finest robe, the same, in truth, in which she herself had been wed, stood by the door of the hall, which was cleared of kine and set with tables, giving and returning greetings. Her arm was round me, who, as bridegroom, was clothed in new garments of woven wool through which ran a purple streak, the best that could be made in all the land. Ragnar came up. "They should be here," he said. "The hour is overpast." "Doubtless the fair bride has been long in decking herself," answered my father, looking at the sun. "She will come presently." Still time went on, and the company began to murmur, while a strange, cold fear seemed to grip my heart. At length a man was seen riding towards the hall, and one cried, "At last! Here comes the herald!" Another answered, "For a messenger of love he rides slowly and sadly," and a silence fell on all that heard him. The man, a stranger to us, arrived and said, "I have a message for the Lord Thorvald from the Lord Athelbrand, which I was charged to deliver at this hour, either before nor after. It is that he sailed for Lesso at the rising of the moon last night, there purposing to celebrate the marriage of his daughter, the Lady Iduna, with Steinar, Lord of Ager, and is therefore grieved that he and the Lady Iduna cannot be present at your feast this day." Now, when I heard these words I felt as though a spear had been thrust through me. "Steinar! Oh! Surely not with my brother Steinar!" I gasped, and staggered against the doorpost, where I stood like one who has been struck helpless. Ragnar sprang at the messenger, and dragging him from his horse, would have killed him had not some stayed his hand. My father Thorvald remained silent, but his half-brother, the dark-browed priest of Odin, lifted his hands to heaven and called down the curse of Odin upon the troth-breakers. The company drew swords and shouted for vengeance, demanding to be led against the false Athelbrand. At length my father called for silence. "Athelbrand is a man without shame," he said. "Steinar is a viper whom I have nursed in my breast, a viper that has bitten the hand which saved him from death. Aye, you men of Ager, you have a viper for your lord. Iduna is a light of love upon whom all honest women should spit, who has broken her oath and sold herself for Steinar's wealth and rule. I swear by Thor that, with your help, my friends and neighbors, I will be avenged upon all three of these. But for such vengeance preparations must be made, since Athelbrand and Steinar are strong. Moreover, they lie in an island, and can only be attacked by sea. Further, there is no haste, since the mischief is done, and by now Steinar the snake and Iduna the light of love will have drunk their marriage cup. Come, eat, my friends, and not too sadly, seeing that if my house has suffered shame, it has escaped worse shame, that of welcoming a false woman as a bride of one of us. Doubtless, when his bitterness is past, Olaf, my son, will find a better wife." So they sat down and ate the marriage feast. Only the seats of the bride and bridegroom were empty, for I could not take part in that feast, but went alone to my sleeping place and drew the curtains. My mother also was so overcome that she departed to her own chamber. Alone I sat upon my bed and listened to the sounds of that marriage feast, which more resembled such a one as is given at funerals. When it was finished I heard my father and Ragnar and the head men and chiefs of the company take counsel together, after which all departed to their homes. So soon as they were gone Freydisa came to me, bringing food and drink. "I am a shamed man, Freydisa," I said, "and can no longer stay in this land where I have been made one for children to mock at." "It is not you who are shamed," answered Freydisa hotly. It is Steiner and that. And she used a harsh word of Iduna. Oh! I saw it coming, and yet I dared not warn you. I feared lest I might be wrong and put doubts into your heart against your foster brother and your wife without cause. May Odin destroy them both! Speak not so roughly, Freydisa, I said. Ragnar was right about Iduna. Her beauty never blinded him as it did me, and he read her truly. Well, she did but follow her nature, and as for Steiner, she fooled him as she has the power to do by any man, save Ragnar. Doubtless he will repent bitterly ere all is done. Also I think that necklace from the grave is an evil magic. It is like you, Olaf, to find excuse even for sin that cannot be forgiven. Not but what I hold with you that Steiner has been led away against his will, for I read it in his face. Well, his life must pay the price of it, for surely he shall bleed on Odin's altar. Now be a man. Come out and face your trouble. You are not the first that a woman has fooled, nor will you be the last. Forget love and dream of vengeance. I cannot forget love, and I do not wish for vengeance, especially against Steiner, who is my foster brother, I answered wearily. Chapter 5 The Battle on the Sea. On the morrow Thorvald, my father, sent messengers to the headmen of Ager, telling them of all that he and his house had suffered at the hands of Steiner, whereof those of their folk who had been present at the feast could bear witness. He added that if they stood by Steiner in his wickedness and treachery, thenceforward he and the men of the north would be their foes and work them mischief by land and sea. In due course these messengers returned with the tale that the head men of Ager had met together and deposed Steiner from his lordship over them, electing another man, a nephew of Steiner's father. Also they sent a present of gold rings in atonement for the wrong which had been done to the house of Thorvald by one of their blood, and prayed that Thorvald and the northern men would bear them no ill will for that in which they were blameless. Cheered by this answer, which halved the number of their foes, my father, Thorvald of Aar, and those overmen of whom he was the High Lord, began to make their preparations to attack Athelbrand on his island of Lesso. Of all these things Athelbrand learned by his spies, and later, when the warships were being prepared and manned, 2 messengers came from him, old men of repute, and demanded to see my father. This was the substance of his message, which was delivered in my hearing. That he, Athelbrand, was little to blame for what had happened, which was due to the mad passions of 2 young people who had blinded and misled him. That no marriage had taken place between Steiner and his daughter Iduna, as he was prepared and able to prove, since he had refused to allow any such marriage. That, therefore, he was ready to outlaw Steiner, who only dwelt with him as an unwelcome guest, and to return his daughter, Iduna, to me, Olaf, and with her a fine in gold rings as compensation for the wrong done, of which the amount was to be ascertained by judges to be agreed upon. My father entertained the messengers, but would give them no answer till he had summoned a council of the underlords who stood with him in this business. At that council, where I was present, some said that the insult could only be washed out with blood. At length I was called upon to speak as the man most concerned. While all listened I rose and said, "These are my words. After what has chanced, not for all the wealth in Denmark would I take Iduna the Fair to be my wife. Let her stay with Steiner, whom she has chosen. Still, I do not wish to cause the blood of innocent men to be spent because of my private wrong. Neither do I wish to wreak vengeance upon Steiner, who for many years was my brother, and who has been led away by a woman, as may chance to any one of us and has chanced to many. Therefore I say that my father should accept Athelbrand's fine in satisfaction of the insult to our house, and let all this matter be forgotten. As for myself, I purpose to leave my home, where I have been put to shame, and to seek my fortune in other lands." Now, the most of those present thought this a wise saying and were ready to abide by it. Yet, unluckily enough, it was made of no account by what had slipped from my lips at its end. Although many held me strange and fey, all men loved me because I had a kind heart and gentleness, also because of the wrongs that I had suffered and for something which they saw in me, which they believed would one day make of me a great skald and a wise leader. When she heard me announce thus publicly that I was determined to leave them, Thora, my mother, whispered in the ears of Thorvald, my father, and Ragnar and others also said to each other that this might not be. It was Ragnar, the headlong, who sprang up and spoke the first. Is my brother to be driven from us and his home like a thrall caught in theft because a traitor and a false woman have put him to shame? He said. I say that I ask Athelbrand's blood to wash away that stain, not his gold, and that if need be I will seek it alone and die upon his spears. Also I say that if Olaf, my brother, turns his back upon this vengeance, I name him Niddering. No man shall name me that, I said, flushing, and least of all Ragnar. So, amidst shouts, for there had been long peace in the land, and all the fighting men sighed for battle, it was agreed that war should be declared on Athelbrand, those present pledging themselves and their dependents to follow it to the end. Go back to the troth-breaker, Athelbrand, said my father to the messengers. Tell him that we will not accept his fine of gold, who come to take all his wealth, and with it his land and his life. Tell him also that the young Lord Olaf refuses his daughter Iduna, since it has not been the fashion of our house to wed with drabs. Tell Steiner, the woman thief, that he would do well to slay himself, or to be sure that he is killed in battle, since if we take him living he shall be cast into a pit of vipers or sacrificed to Odin, the god of honor. Begone! We go, answered the spokesman of the messengers. Yet before we go, Thorvald, we would say to you that you and your folk are mad. Some wrong has been done to your son, though perhaps not so much as you may think. For that wrong full atonement has been offered, and with it the hand of friendship on which you spit. Know then that the mighty Lord Athelbrand does not fear war, since for every man you can gather he numbers 2, all pledged to him until the death. Also he has consulted the oracle, and its answer is that if you fight with him, but one of your house will be left living. Begone! Thundered my father, lest presently you should stay here dead. So they went. That day my heart was very heavy, and I sought Freydisa to take counsel with her. Trouble hovers over me like a croaking raven, I said. I do not like this war for a woman who is worth nothing, although she has hurt me sorely. I fear the future that it may prove even worse than the past has been. Then come to learn it, Olaf, for what is known need no more be feared. I am not so sure of that, I said. But how can the future be learned? Through the voice of the god Olaf. Am I not one of Odin's virgins, who knows something of the mysteries? Yonder in his temple mayhap he will speak through me, if you dare to listen. Ah, I dare. I should like to hear the gods speak, true words or false. Then come and hear them, Olaf. So we went up to the temple, and Freydisa, who had the right of entry, unlocked its door. We passed in and lit a lamp in front of the seated wooden image of Odin, that for unnumbered generations had rested there behind the altar. I stood by the altar and Freydisa crouched herself before the image, her forehead laid upon its feet, and muttered runes. After a while she grew silent, and fear took hold of me. The place was large, and the feeble light of the lamp scarcely reached to the arched roof. All about me were great formless shadows. I felt that there were 2 worlds, one of the flesh and one of the spirit, and that I stood between the 2. Freydisa seemed to go to sleep. I could no longer hear her breathing. Then she sighed heavily and turned her head, and by the light of the lamp I noted that her face was white and ghastly. What do you seek? Her lips asked, for I saw them moving. Yet the voice that issued from them was not her own voice, but that of a deep-throated man, who spoke with a strange accent. Next came the answer in the voice of Freydisa. I, your virgin, seek to know the fate of him who stands by the altar, one whom I love. For a while there was quiet, then the first voice spoke, still through the lips of Freydisa. Of this I was sure, for those of the statue remained immovable. It was what it had always been, a thing of wood. Olaf, the son of Thorvald, said the deep voice, is an enemy of us the gods, as was his forefather whose grave he robbed. As his forefather's fate was, so shall his be, for in both of them dwells the same spirit. He shall worship that which is upon the hilt of the sword he stole from the dead, and in this sign shall conquer, since it prevails against us and makes our curse of none effect. Great sorrow shall he taste, and great joy. He shall throw away a scepter for a woman's kiss, and yet gain a greater scepter. Olaf, whom we curse, shall be Olaf the Blessed. Yet in the end shall we prevail against his flesh and that of those who cling to him, preaching that which is upon the sword but not with the sword, among whom thou shalt be numbered, woman, thou, and another, who hast done him wrong. The voice died away, and was followed by a silence so deep that at length I could bear it no more. Ask of the war, I said, and of what shall happen. It is too late, answered the voice of Freydisa. I sought to know of you, Olaf, and you alone, and now the spirit has left me. Then came another long silence, after which Freydisa sighed thrice and awoke. We went out of the temple, I bearing the lamp and she resting on my arm. Near the door I turned and looked back, and it seemed to me that the image of the god glared upon me wrathfully. What has chanced? Asked Freydisa when we stood beneath the light of the friendly stars. I know nothing, my mind is a blackness. I told her word for word. When I had finished, she said, Give me the wanderer's sword. I gave it to her, and she held it against the sky by the naked blade. The hilt is a cross, she said. But how can a man worship a cross and preach it and conquer thereby? I cannot interpret this rede, yet I do not doubt but that it shall all come true, and that you, Olaf, and I are doomed to be joined in the same fate, whatever it may be, and with us some other who has wronged you, Steiner perchance, or Iduna herself. Well, of this at least I am glad, for if I have loved the father, I think that I love the son still more, though otherwise. And leaning forward, she kissed me solemnly upon the brow. After Freydisa and I had sought the oracle of Odin, 3 long ships of war sailed by the light of the moon from Fladstrand for Athelbrand's Isle of Lesso. I do not know when we sailed, but in my mind I can still see those ships creeping out to sea. In command of the first was Thorvald, my father, of the second, Ragnar, my brother, and of the third myself, Olaf, and on each of these ships were 50 men, all of them stout fighters. The parting with Thora, my mother, had been sad, for her heart foreboded ill of this war, and her face could not hide what her heart told her. Indeed, she wept bitterly, and cursed the name of Iduna the Fair, who had brought this trouble on her house. Freydisa was sad also. Yet, watching her opportunity, she glided up to me just before I embarked and whispered to me, Be of good cheer, for you will return, whoever is left behind. It will give me little comfort to return if certain others are left behind. I answered, Oh, that the folk had hearkened to me and made peace. Too late to talk of that now, said Freydisa, and we parted. This was our plan, to sail for Lesso by the moonlight, and when the moon went down to creep silently towards the shores of the island. Then, just at the first break of dawn, we proposed to beach the ships on a sandy strand we knew, and rush to attack Athelbrand's hall, which we hoped to carry before men were well awake. It was a bold scheme and one full of dangers, yet we trusted that its very boldness would cause it to succeed, especially as we had put it about that, owing to the unreadiness of our ships, no attack would be made until the coming of the next moon. Doubtless all might have gone well with us but for a strange chance. As it happened, Athelbrand, a brave and skillful captain, who from his youth had seen much war by sea and land, had a design of his own which brought ours to nothing. It was that he and his people should sail to Fladstrand, burn the ships of Thorvald, my father, that he knew were fitting out upon the beach, which he hoped to find unguarded, or at most only watched by a few men, and then return to Lesso before he could be fallen upon. By ill luck he had chosen this very night for his enterprise. So it came about that just as the moon was sinking our watchmen caught sight of 4 other ships, which by the shields that hung over their bulwarks they knew must be vessels of war, gliding towards them over the quiet sea. Athelbrand comes to meet us, cried one, and in a minute every man was looking to his arms. There was no time for plans, since in that low light and mist the vessels were almost bow to bow before we saw each other. My father's ship ran in between 2 of Athelbrand's that were sailing abreast, while mine and that of Ragnar found themselves almost alongside of the others. On both sides the sails were let down, for none had any thought of flight. Some rushed to the oars and got enough of them out to work the ships. Others ran to the grappling irons, and the rest began to shoot with their bows. Before one could count 200 from the time of sighting, the war cry of Valhalla! Valhalla! Victory or Valhalla! Broke upon the silence of the night, and the battle had begun. It was a very fierce battle, and one that the gathering darkness made more grim. Each ship fought without heed to the others, for as the fray went on they drifted apart, grappled to their foes. My father Thorvald's vessel fared the worst, since it had an enemy on either bulwark. He boarded one and cleared it, losing many men. Then the crew of the other rushed on to him as he regained his own ship. The end of it was that my father and all his folk were killed, but only after they had slain the most of their foes, for they died fighting very bravely. Between Ragnar's ship and that of Athelbrand himself the fray was more even. Ragnar boarded Athelbrand and was driven back. Athelbrand boarded Ragnar and was driven back. Then for the second time Ragnar boarded Athelbrand with those men who were left to him. In the narrow waist of Athelbrand's ship a mighty battle was fought, and here at last Ragnar and Athelbrand found themselves face to face. They hacked at each other with their axes, till at length Ragnar, with a fearful blow, drove in Athelbrand's helmet and clove his skull in two, so that he died. But even as he fell, a man, it may have been friend or foe, for the moon was sinking and the darkness grew dense, thrust a spear into Ragnar's back, and he was carried, dying, to his own vessel by those who remained to him. Then that fight ceased, for all Athelbrand's people were dead or wounded to the death. Meanwhile, on the right, I was fighting the ship that was commanded by Steinar, for it was fated that we two should be thrown together. Here also the struggle was desperate. Steinar and his company boarded at the prow, but I and my men, charging up both boards, drove them back again. In that charge it is true that I, Olaf, fighting madly, as was my wont when roused, killed 3 of the Lesso folk with the Wanderer's sword. Still I see them falling one by one. Followed by 6 of my people, I sprang on to the raised prow of Steinar's ship. Just then the grapnels parted, and there we were left, defending ourselves as best we could. My mates got their oars and once more brought our boat alongside. Grapple they could not, because the irons were lost. Therefore, in obedience to the order which I shouted to them from the high prow of the enemy's ship, they began to hurl their ballast stones into her, and thus stove out her bottom, so that in the end she filled and sank. Even while she was down the fray went on. Nearly all my people were down, indeed but 2 remained to me when Steinar, not knowing who I was, rushed up and, having lost his sword, gripped me round the middle. We wrestled, but Steinar, who was the stronger, forced me back to the bulwarks and so overboard. Into the sea we went together just as the ship sank, drawing us down after her. When we rose Steinar was senseless, but still clinging to me as I caught a rope that was thrown to me with my right hand, to which the Wanderer's sword was hanging by a leathern loop. The end of it was that I and the senseless Steinar were both drawn back to my own ship just as the darkness closed in. An hour later came the dawn, showing a sad sight. My father, Thorvald's, ship and one of Athelbrand's lay helpless, for all, or nearly all, their crews were dead, while the other had drifted off and was now half a mile away. Ragnar's ship was still grappled to its foe. My own was perhaps in the best case, for here over 20 men were left unhurt, and another 10 whose wounds were light. The rest were dead or dying. I sat on a bench in the waist of the ship, and at my feet lay the man who had been dragged from the sea with me. I thought that this man was dead till the first red rays of dawn lit upon his face, whereon he sat up, and I saw that he was Steinar. "Thus we meet again, my brother," I said in a quiet voice. "Well, Steinar, look upon your work." And I pointed to the dead and dying and to the ships around, whence came the sound of groans. Steinar stared at me and asked in a thick voice, "Was it with you, Olaf, that I fell into the sea?" "Even so, Steinar. I knew it not in the darkness, Olaf. If I had known, never would I have lifted sword against you." "What did that matter, Steinar, when you had already pierced my heart, though not with a sword?" At these words Steinar moaned aloud, then said, "For the second time you have saved my life." "Aye, Steinar, but who knows whether I can do so for a 3rd time? Yet take comfort, for if I may I will, for thus shall I be best avenged." "A white vengeance," said Steinar. "Oh, this is not to be borne." And drawing a knife he wore at his girdle, he strove to kill himself. But I, who was watching, snatched it away, then gave an order. Bind this man and keep him safe. Also bring him drink and a cloak to cover him. Best kill the dog, grumbled the captain, to whom I spoke. I kill that one who lays a finger on him, I replied. Someone whispered into the captain's ear, whereon he nodded and laughed savagely. Ah, he exclaimed, I am a thickhead. I had forgotten Odin and his sacrifice. Yes, we'll keep the traitor safe. So they bound Steiner to one of the benches and gave him ale and covered him with a blood-stained cloak taken from a dead man. I also drank of the ale and drew a cloak about me, for the air was keen. Then I said, Let us go to the other ships and see what has chanced there. They got out the oars and rowed to Ragnar's vessel, where we saw men stirring. How went it with you? I asked of one who stood upon the prow. Not so ill, Olaf, he answered. We won, and but now, with the new light, have finished the game. They are all quiet yonder, he added, nodding at the vessel of Athelbrand, to which they were still grappled. Where is Ragnar? I asked. Come on board and see, answered the man. A plank was thrust out, and I ran across it, fear gripping at my heart. Resting against the mast sat Ragnar, dying. Good morrow to you, Olaf, he gasped. I am glad you live, that there may be one left to sit at Aar. What do you mean, my brother? I mean, Olaf, that our father Thorvald is dead. They called it to us from yonder, and he pointed with his red sword to our father's ship, that lay side by side with one of Athelbrand's. Athelbrand is dead, for I slew him, and ere the sun is well clear of the sea I also shall be dead. Oh, weep not, Olaf, we have won a great fight, and I travel to Valhalla with a glorious company of friends and foes, there to await you. I say that had I lived to be old, never could I have found a better death, who then at last might have died like a cow. Get the ships to Flatstrand, Olaf, and gather more men to put all Lesso to the sword. Give us good burial, Olaf, and build a great mound over us, that we may stand thereon at moonrise and mock the men of Lesso as they row past, till Valhalla is full and the world dies. Is Steiner dead? Tell me that Steiner is dead, for then I'll speak with him presently. No, Ragnar, I have taken Steiner captive. Captive? Why captive? Oh, I understand, that he may lie on Odin's altar. Friends, swear to me that Steiner shall lie on Odin's altar, Steiner, the bride thief, Steiner the traitor. Swear it, for I do not trust this brother of mine, who has woman's milk in his breasts. By Thor, he might spare him if he had his way. Swear it, or I'll haunt your beds o' nights and bring the other heroes with me. Swift now, while my ears are open. Then from both ships rose the cry of, We swear! Fear not, Ragnar, we swear. That's well, said Ragnar. Kiss me now, Olaf. Oh! What is it that I see in your eyes? A new light, a strange light. Olaf, you are not one of us. This time is not your time, nor this place your place. You travel to the end by another road. Well, who knows? At that end we may meet again. At least I love you. Then he burst into a wild war song of blood and vengeance, and so singing sank down and died. Afterwards, with much labor, I and the men who were left roped together our vessels, and to them those that we had captured, and when a favoring wind arose, sailed back for Fladstrand. Here a multitude awaited us, for a fishing boat had brought tidings of the great sea battle. Of the 150 men who had sailed in my father Thorvald's ships, 60 were dead and many others wounded, some of them to death. Athelbrand's people had fared even worse, since those of Thorvald had slain their wounded, only one of his vessels having escaped back to Lesso, there to tell the people of that island and Iduna all that had happened. Now it was a land of widows and orphans, so that no man need go wooing there for long, and of Aar and the country round the same song was sung. Indeed, for generations the folk of those parts must have told of the battle of Lesso, when the chiefs, Thorvald and Athelbrand, slew each other upon the seas at night because of a quarrel about a woman who was known as Iduna the Fair. On the sands of Fladstrand my mother, the Lady Thora, waited with the others, for she had moved thither before the sailing of the ships. When mine, the first of them, was beached, I leapt from it, and running to her, knelt down and kissed her hand. I see you, my son Olaf, she said. But where are your father and brother? Yonder, mother, I answered, pointing to the ships, and could say no more. Then why do they tarry, my son? Alas! Mother, because they sleep and will never wake again. Now Thora wailed aloud and fell down senseless. 3 days later she died, for her heart, which was weak, could not bear this woe. Once only did she speak before she died, and then it was to bless me and pray that we might meet again, and to curse Iduna. Folk noted that of Steiner she said nothing, either good or ill, although she knew that he lived and was a prisoner. Thus it came about that I, Olaf, was left alone in the world and inherited the lordship of Aar and its subject lands. No one remained save my dark-browed uncle, Leif, the priest of Odin, Freydisa, the wise woman, my nurse, and Steiner, my captive foster-brother, who had been the cause of all this war. The dying words of Ragnar had been noised abroad. The priest of Odin had laid them before the oracle of the gods, and this oracle declared that they must be fulfilled without change. So all the folk of that land met together at my bidding, yes, even the women and the children. First we laid the dead in the largest of Athelbrand's ships, his people and Athelbrand himself being set undermost. Then on them we set the dead of Thorvald, my father, and his son Ragnar, my brother, bound to the mast upon their feet. This done, with great labor we dragged the ship onto high ground, and above it built a mighty mound of earth. For 20 days we toiled at the task, till at last it was finished and the dead were hidden beneath it forever. Then we separated to our homes and mourned a while. But Steiner was carried to the temple of Odin at Aar, and there kept in the prison of the temple. Chapter 6: How Olaf Fought with Odin. It was the eve of the spring feast of Odin. It comes back to me that at this feast it was the custom to sacrifice some beast to Odin and to lay flowers and other offerings upon the altars of certain other gods that they might be pleased to grant a fruitful season. On this day, however, the sacrifice was to be of no beast, but of a man, Steiner the traitor. That night I, Olaf, by the help of Freydisa, the priestess of the god, won entrance to the dungeon where Steiner lay awaiting his doom. This was not easy to do. Indeed, I remember that it was only after I had sworn a great oath to Leif and the other priests that I would attempt no rescue of the victim, nor aid him to escape from his prison, that I was admitted there, while armed men stood without to see that I did not break my word. For my love of Steiner was known, and in this matter none trusted me. That dungeon was a dreadful place. I see it now. In the floor of the temple was a trapdoor, which, when lifted, revealed a flight of steps. At the foot of these steps was another massive door of oak, bolted and barred. It was opened and closed behind me, who found myself in a darksome den built of rough stone, to which air came only through an opening in the roof, so small that not even a child could pass it. In the far corner of this hole, bound to the wall by an iron chain fastened round his middle, Steiner lay upon a bed of rushes, while on a stool beside him stood food and water. When I entered bearing a lamp, Steiner sat up blinking his eyes, for the light, feeble as it was, hurt them, and I saw that his face was white and drawn, and the hand he held to shade his eyes was wasted. I looked at him and my heart swelled with pity, so that I could not speak. "Why have you come here, Olaf?" asked Steiner when he knew me. "Is it to take my life? If so, never were you more welcome." "No, Steiner, it is to bid you farewell, since tomorrow at the feast you die, and I am helpless to save you. In all things else men will obey me, but not in this. And would you save me if you could?" "Aye, Steiner. Why not? Surely you must suffer enough with so much blood and evil on your hands." "Yes, I suffer enough, Olaf. So much that I shall be glad to die. But if you are not come to kill me, then it is that you may scourge me with your tongue." "Not so, Steiner. It is as I have said, only to bid you farewell and to ask you a question, if it pleases you to answer me. Why did you do this thing which has brought about such misery and loss, which has sent my father, my brother, and a host of brave men to the grave, and with them my mother, whose breasts nurse you? Is she dead also, Olaf? Oh, my cup is full." He hid his eyes in his thin hands and sobbed, then went on. "Why did I do it? Olaf, I did not do it, but some spirit that entered into me and made me mad, mad for the lips of Iduna the fair. Olaf, I would speak no ill of her, since her sin is mine, but yet it is true that when I hung back she drew me on, nor could I find the strength to say her nay. Do you pray the gods, Olaf, that no woman may ever draw you on to such shame as mine? Hearken now to the great reward that I have won. I was never wed to Iduna, Olaf. Athelbrand would not suffer it till he was sure of the matter of the lordship of Ager. Then, when he knew that this was gone from me, he would suffer it still less, and Iduna herself seemed to grow cold. In truth, I believe he thought of killing me and sending my head as a present to your father Thorvald. But this Iduna forbade, whether because she loved me or for other reasons, I cannot say. Olaf, you know the rest. Aye, Steiner, I know the rest. Iduna is lost to me, and for that perhaps I should thank you, although such a thrust as this leaves the heart sore for life. My father, my mother, my brother, all are lost to me, and you, too, who were as my twin, are about to be lost. Night has you all, and with you 100 other men, because of the madness that was bred in you by the eyes of Iduna the fair, who also is lost to both of us. Steiner, I do not blame you, for I know yours was a madness which, for their own ends, the gods send upon men, naming it love. I forgive you, Steiner, if I have aught to forgive, and I tell you, so weary am I of this world, which I feel holds little that is good, that, if I might, I'd yield up my life instead of yours, and go to seek the others, though I doubt whether I should find them, since I think that our roads are different. Hark! The priests call me. Steiner, there's no need to bid you to be brave, for who of our northern race is not? That's our one heritage, the courage of a bull. Yet it seems to me that there are other sorts of courage which we lack, to tread the dark ways of death with eyes fixed on things gentler and better than we know. Pray to our gods, Steiner, since they are the best we have to pray to, though dark and bloody in their ways. Pray that we may meet again, where priests and swords are not and women work no ruin, where we may love as we once loved in childhood and there is no more sin. Fare you well, my brother Steiner, yet not forever, for sure I am that here we did not begin and here we shall not end. Oh! Steiner, Steiner, who could have dreamed that this would be the last of all our happy fellowship? When I had spoken such words as these to him, I flung my arms about him, and we embraced each other. Then that picture fades. It was the hour of sacrifice. The victim lay bound upon the stone in the presence of the statue of the god, but outside of the doors of the little temple, that all who were gathered there might see the offering. The ceremonies were ended. Leif, the head priest, in his robe of office, had prayed and drunk the cup before the god, dedicating to him the blood that was about to fall, and narrating in a chant the crimes for which it was offered up and all the tale of woe that these had brought about. Then, in the midst of an utter silence, he drew the sacrificial sword and held it to the lips of Odin that the god might breathe upon it, and make it holy. It would seem that the god did breathe. At least, that side of the sword which had been bright grew dull. Leif turned it to the people, crying in the ancient words, Odin takes, who dare deny? All eyes were fixed upon him, standing in his black robe, and holding aloft the gleaming sword that had grown dull. Yes, even the patient eyes of Steiner, bound upon the stone. Then it was that some spirit stirred in my heart which drove me on to step between the priest and his prey. Standing in the doorway of the chapel, a tall young shape against the gloom behind, I said in a steady voice, I dare deny! A gasp of wonderment went up from all who heard, and Steiner, lifting himself a little from the stone, stared at me, shook his head as if in dissent, then let it fall again, and listened. Hearken, friends, I said. This man, my foster brother, has committed a sin against me and my house. My house is dead, I alone remain, and on behalf of the dead and of myself I forgive him his sin, which, indeed, was less his than another's. Is there any man among you who at some time has not been led aside by woman, or who has not again and again desired to be so led aside? If such a one there be, let him say that he has no forgiveness in his heart for Steiner, the son of Hakon. Let him come forward and say it. None stirred, even the women drooped their heads and were silent. Then, if this is so, I went on, and you can forgive, as I do, how much more should a god forgive? What is a god? Is he not one greater than man, who must know all the weakness of man, which, for his own ends, he has bred into the flesh of man? How, then, can he do otherwise than be pitiful to what he has created? If this be so, how can the God refuse that which men are willing to grant, and what sacrifice can please him better than the foregoing of his own vengeance? Would a God wish to be outdone by a man? If I, Olaf, the man, can forgive, who have been wronged, how much more can Odin the God forgive, who has suffered no wrong save that of the breaking of those laws which will ever be broken by men who are as it has pleased him to fashion them. On Odin's behalf, therefore, and speaking as he would speak, could he have voice among us, I demand that you set this victim free, leaving it to his own heart to punish him. Now, some whom my simple words had touched, I suppose because there was truth in them, although in those days and in that land none understood such truths, and others, because they had known and loved the open-handed Steiner, who would have given the cloak from his back to the meanest of them, cried, "Aye, let him go free. There has been enough of death through this Iduna." But more stood silent, lost in doubt at this new doctrine. Only Leif, my uncle, did not stand silent. His dark face began to work as though a devil possessed him, as, indeed, I think one did. His eyes rolled, he champed his jaws like an angry hog, and screamed. "Surely the Lord Olaf is mad, for no sane man would talk thus. Man may forgive while it is within his power, but this traitor has been dedicated to Odin, and can a god forgive? Can a god spare when his nostrils are opened for the smell of blood? If so, of what use is it to be a god? How is he happier than a man if he must spare? Moreover, would ye bring the curse of Odin upon you all? I say to you, steal his sacrifice, and you yourselves shall be sacrificed, you, your wives, your children, aye, and even your cattle and the fruit of your fields." When they heard this, the people groaned and shouted out, "Let Steiner die! Kill him! Kill him that Odin may be fed!" "Aye," answered Leif. "Steiner shall die. See, he dies!" Then, with a leap like to that of a hungry wolf, he sprang upon the bound man and slew him. I see it now. The rude temple, the glaring statue of the god, the gathered crowd, open-mouthed and eyed, the spring sunshine shining quietly over all, and running past the place, a ewe calling to the lamb that it had lost. I see the dying Steiner turn his white face, and smile a farewell to me with his fading eyes. I see Leif getting to his horrible rites that he might learn the omen. And lastly I see the red sword of the wanderer appear suddenly between me and him, and in my hand. I think that my purpose was to cut him down. Only a thought arose within me. This priest was not to blame. He did no more than he had been taught. Who taught him? The God he served, through whom he gained honor and livelihood. So the God was to blame, the God that drank the blood of men, as a thrall drinks ale, to satisfy his filthy appetite. Could such a monster be a god? Nay, he must be a devil, and why should free men serve devils? At least I would not. I would cast him off, and let him avenge himself upon me if he could. I, Olaf, would match myself against this god, or devil. I strode past Leif and the altar to where the statue of Odin sat within the temple. "Hearken!" I said in such a voice that all lifted their eyes from the scene of butchery to me. "You believe in Odin, do you not?" They answered, "Aye." "Then you believe that he can revenge himself upon one who rejects and affronts him?" "Aye," they answered again. "If this be so," I went on, "will you swear to leave the matter between Odin and me, Olaf, to be settled according to the law of single combat, and give peace to the victor, with promise from all harm save at the hands of his foe?" "Aye," they answered, yet scarcely understanding what they said. "Good!" I cried. "Now God Odin, I Olaf, a man, challenge you to single combat. Strike you first, you Odin, whom I name devil and wolf of the skies, but no god. Strike you first, bloody murderer, and kill me, if you can, who await your stroke." Then I folded my arms and stared at the statue's stony eyes, which stared back at me, while all the people gasped. For a full minute I waited thus, but all that happened was that a wren settled on the head of Odin and twittered there, then flew off to its nest in the thatch. "Now," I cried, "you have had your turn, and mine comes. I drew the wanderer's sword, and sprang at Odin. My first stroke sunk up to the hilt in his hollow belly. My next cut the scepter from his hand. My third, a great one, hewed the head from off him. It came rattling down, and out of it crawled a viper, which reared itself up and hissed. I set my heel upon the reptile's head and crushed it, and slowly it writhed itself to death. Now, good folk, I cried, what say you of your god Odin? They answered nothing, for all of them were in flight. Yes, even Leif fled, cursing me over his shoulder as he went. Presently I was alone with the dead Steiner and the shattered god, and in that loneliness strange visions came to me, for I felt that I had done a mighty deed, one that made me happy. Round the wall of the temple crept a figure. It was that of Freydisa, whose face was white and scared. You are a great man, Olaf, she said. But how will it end? I do not know, I answered. I have done what my heart told me, neither more nor less, and I bide the issue. Odin shall have his chance, for here I stay till dark, and then, if I live, I leave this land. Go, get me all the gold that is mine from the hall, and bring it here to me by moonrise, and with it some garments and my armor. Bring me also my best horse. You leave this land? She said. That means that you leave me, who love you, to go forth as the wanderer went, following a dream to the south. Well, it is best that you should go, for whatever they have promised you but now, it is sure that the priests will kill you, even if you escape the vengeance of the god. And she looked askance at the shattered statue which had sat in its place for so many generations that none knew who had set it there, or when. I have killed the god, I answered, pointing to the crushed viper. Not quite, Olaf, for see, its tail still moves. Then she went, leaving me alone. I sat myself down by the murdered Steiner, and stared at him. Could he be really dead, I wondered, or did he live on elsewhere? My faith had taught me of a place called Valhalla where brave men went, but in that faith and its gods I believed no more. This Valhalla was but a child's tale, invented by a bloody-minded folk who loved slaughter. Wherever Steiner and the others were, it was not in Valhalla. Then, perhaps, they slept like the beasts do after these have been butchered. Perhaps death was the end of all. It might be so, and yet I did not believe it. There were other gods besides Odin and his company, for what were those which we had found in the wanderer's tomb? I longed to know. Yes, I would go south, as the wanderer went, and search for them. Perhaps there in the south I should learn the secret truth, and other things. I grew weary of these thoughts of gods who could not be found, or who, if found, were but devils. My mind went back to my childhood's days, when Steiner and I played together on the meads, before any woman had come to wreck our lives. I remembered how we used to play until we were weary, and how at nights I would tell him tales that I had learned or woven, until at length we sank to sleep, our arms about each other's necks. My heart grew full of sorrow that in the end broke from my eyes in tears. Yes, I wept over Steiner, my brother Steiner, and kissed his cold and gory lips. The evening gathered, the twilight grew, and one by one the stars sprang out in the quiet sky, till the moon appeared and gathered all their radiance to herself. I heard the sound of a woman's dress, and looked up, thinking to see Freydisa. But this woman was not Freydisa, it was Iduna. Yes, Iduna's self. I rose to my feet and stood still. She also stood still, on the farther side of the stone of sacrifice whereon that which had been Steiner was stretched between us. Then came a struggle of silence, in which she won at last. Have you come to save him? I asked. If so, it is too late. Woman, behold your work. She shook her beautiful head and answered, almost in a whisper. Nay, Olaf, I am come to beg a boon of you, that you will slay me, here and now. Am I a butcher or a priest? I muttered. Oh, slay me, Olaf! She went on, throwing herself upon her knees before me, and rending open her blue robe that her young breast might take the sword. Thus, perchance, I, who love life, may pay some of the price of sin, who, if I slew myself, would but multiply the debt, which in truth I dare not do. Still I shook my head, and once more she spoke. Olaf, in this way or in that doubtless my end will find me, for, if you refuse this office, there are others of sterner stuff. the knife that smote Steiner is not blunted. Yet, before I die, who am come here but to die, I pray you hear the truth, that my memory may be somewhat less vile to you in the after years. Olaf, you think me the falsest of the false, yet I am not altogether so. Hark you now! At the time that Steiner sought me, some madness took him. So soon as we were alone together, his first words were, I am bewitched. I love you. Olaf, I'll not deny that his worship stirred my blood, for he was goodly, well, and different to you, with your dreaming eyes and thoughts that are too deep for me. And yet, by my breath, I swear that I meant no harm. When we rode together to the ship, it was my purpose to return upon the morrow and be made your wife. But there upon the ship my father compelled me. It was his fancy that I should break with you and be wed to Steiner, who had become so great a lord and who pleased him better than you did, Olaf. And, as for Steiner, why, have I not told you that he was mad for me? Steiner's tale was otherwise, Iduna. He said that you went first, and that he followed. Were those his words, Olaf? For if so, how can I give the dead the lie, and one who died through me? It seems unholy. Yet in this matter Steiner had no reason left to him, and, whether you believe me or no, I tell the truth. Oh! Hear me out, for who knows when they will come to take me, who have walked into this nest of foes that I may be taken. Pray as I would, the ship was run out, and we sailed for Lesso. There, in my father's hall, upon my knees I entreated him to hold his hand. I told him what was true, that, of you twain, it was you I loved, not Steiner. I told him that if he forced this marriage, war would come of it that might mean all our deaths. But these things moved him nothing. Then I told him that such a deed of shame would mean the loss of Steiner's lordship, so that by it he would gain no profit. At last he listened, for this touched him near. You know the rest. Thorvald, your father, and Ragnar, who ever hated me, pressed on the war despite all our offerings of peace. So the ships met, and Hela had her fill. Iduna, whatever else is false, this is true, that Hela had her fill. Olaf, I have but one thing more to say. It is this: only once did those dead lips touch mine, and then it was against my will. Although it is shameful, you must learn the truth. My father held me, Olaf, while I took the betrothal kiss, because I must. But, as you know, there was no marriage. I know that, I said, because Steiner told me so. And save for that one kiss, Olaf, I am still the maid whom once you loved so well. Now I stared at her. Could this woman lie so blackly over dead Steiner's corpse? When all was said and done, was it not possible that she spoke the truth, and that we had been but playthings in the hands of an evil fate? Save for some trifling error, which might be forgiven to one who, as she said, loved the worship that was her beauty's due, what if she were innocent, after all? Perhaps my face showed the thoughts that were passing through my mind. At the least, she who knew me well found skill to read them. She crept towards me, still on her knees, she cast her arms about me, and resting her weight upon me, drew herself to her feet. Olaf, she whispered, I love you well, as I have always done, though I may have erred a little, as women wayward and still unwed are apt to do. Olaf, they told me yonder how you had matched yourself against a god, with his priests for judges, and smitten him, and I thought this the greatest deed that ever I have known. I used to think you something of a weakling, Olaf, not in your body but in your mind, one lost in music and in runes, who feared to put things to the touch of war, but you have shown me otherwise. You slew the bear, you overcame Steiner, who was so much stronger than you are, in the battle of the ships, and now you have bearded Odin, the Allfather. Look, his head lies there, hewn off by you for the sake of one who, after all, had done you wrong. Olaf, such a deed as that touches a woman's heart, and he who does it is the man she would wish to lie upon her breast and be her lord. Olaf, all this evil past may yet be forgotten. We might go and live elsewhere for a while, or always, for with your wisdom and my beauty joined together what could we not conquer? Olaf, I love you now as I have never loved before, cannot you love me again? Her arms clung about me, her beautiful blue eyes, shimmering with moonlit tears, held my eyes, and my heart melted beneath her breath as winter snows melt in the winds of spring. She saw, she understood. She cast herself upon me, shaking her long hair over both of us, and seeking my lips. Almost she had found them, when, feeling something hard between me and her, something that hurt me, I looked down. Her cloak had slipped or been thrown aside, and my eye caught the glint of gold and jewels. In an instant I remembered the wanderer's necklace and the dream, and with those memories my heart froze again. "Nay, Iduna," I said. "I loved you well. There's no man will ever love you more, and you are very fair. Whether you speak true words or false, I do not know, it is between you and your own spirit. But this I do know, that betwixt us runs the river of Steinar's blood, aye, and the blood of Thorvald, my father, of Thora, my mother, of Ragnar, my brother, and of many another man who clung to us, and that is a stream which I cannot cross. Find you another husband, Iduna the fair, since never will I call you wife." She loosed her arms from round me, and lifting them again, unclasped the wanderer's necklace from about her breast. "This it is," she said, "which has brought all these evils on me. Take it back again, and when you find her, give it to that one for whom it is meant, that one whom you love truly, as, whatever you may have thought, you never have loved me." Then she sank upon the ground, and resting her golden head upon dead Steinar's breast, she wept. I think it was then that Freydisa returned. At least, I recall her tall form standing near the stone of sacrifice, gazing at us both, a strange smile on her face. "Have you withstood?" she said. "Then, truly, you are in the way of victory and have less to fear from woman than I thought. All things are ready as you commanded, my lord Olaf, and there remains but to say farewell, which you had best do quickly, for they plot your death yonder." "Freydisa," I answered, "I go, but perchance I shall return again. Meanwhile, all I have is yours, with this charge. Guard you yonder woman, and see her safe to her home, or wherever she would go, and to Steinar here give honorable burial." Then the darkness of oblivion falls, and I remember no more save the white face of Iduna, her brow stained with Steinar's lifeblood, watching me as I went. Book 2 Byzantium. Chapter 1 Irene, Empress of the Earth. A gulf of blackness, and the curtain lifts again upon a very different Olaf from the young northern lord who parted from Iduna at the place of sacrifice at Aar. I see myself standing upon a terrace that overlooks a stretch of quiet water, which I now know was the Bosphorus. Behind me are a great palace and the lights of a vast city. In front, upon the sea and upon the farther shore, are other lights. The moon shines bright above me, and, having naught else to do, I study my reflection in my own burnished shield. It shows a man of early middle life. He may be 30 or 35 years of age, the same Olaf, yet much changed. For now my frame is tall and well-knit, though still somewhat slender. My face is bronzed by southern suns. I wear a short beard. There is a scar across my cheek, got in some battle. My eyes are quiet, and have lost the first liveliness of youth. I know that I am the captain of the northern guard of the Empress Irene, widow of the dead Emperor, Leo IV, and joint ruler of the Eastern Empire with her young son, Constantine, the sixth of that name. How I came to fill this place, however, I do not know. The story of my journey from Jutland to Byzantium is lost to me. Doubtless it must have taken years, and after these more years of humble service, before I rose to be the captain of Irene's northern guard that she kept ever about her person, because she would not trust her Grecian soldiers. My armor was very rich, yet I noted about myself two things that were with me in my youth. One was the necklace of golden shells, divided from each other by beetles of emeralds, that I had taken from the wanderer's grave at Aar, and the other the cross-hilted bronze sword with which this same wanderer had been girded in his grave. I know now that because of this weapon, which was of a metal and shape strange to that land, I had the byname of Olaf Redsword, and I know also that none wished to feel the weight of this same ancient blade. When I had finished looking at myself in the shield, I leaned upon the parapet staring at the sea and wondering how the plains of Aar looked that night beneath this selfsame moon, and whether Freydisa were dead by now, and whom Iduna had married, and if she ever thought of me, or if Steinar came to haunt her sleep. So I mused, till presently I felt a light touch upon my shoulder, and swung round to find myself face to face with the Empress Irene herself. "Augusta!" I said, saluting, for as Empress, that was her Roman title, even though she was a Greek. "You guard me well, friend Olaf," she said with a little laugh. "Why, any enemy, and Christ knows I have plenty, could have cut you down before ever you knew that he was there." "Not so, Augusta," I answered, for I could speak their Greek tongue well. "Since at the end of the terrace the guards stand night and day, men of my own blood who can be trusted. Nothing which does not fly could gain this place save through your own chambers, that are also guarded. It is not usual for any watch to be set here, still I came myself in case the Empress might need me." "That is kind of you, my Captain Olaf, and I think I do need you. At least, I cannot sleep in this heat, and I am weary of the thoughts of state, for many matters trouble me just now. Come, change my mind if you can, for if so I'll thank you. Tell me of yourself when you were young. Why did you leave your northern home, where I've heard you were a barbarian chief, and wander hither to Byzantium?" "Because of a woman," I answered. "Ah," she said, clapping her hands. "I knew it. Tell me of this woman whom you love." "The story is short, Augusta. She bewitched my foster brother, and caused him to be sacrificed to the northern gods as a troth breaker, and I do not love her. You'd not admit it if you did, Olaf. Was she beautiful? Well, say as I am?" I turned and looked at the Empress, studying her from head to foot. She was shorter than Iduna by some inches, also older, and therefore of a thicker build, but being a fair Greek, her color was much the same, save that the eyes were darker. The mouth, too, was more hard. For the rest, she was a royal-looking and lovely woman in the flower of her age, and splendidly attired in robes broidered with gold, over which she wore long strings of rounded pearls. Her rippling golden hair was dressed in the old Greek fashion, tied in a simple knot behind her head, and over it was thrown a light veil worked with golden stars. "Well, Captain Olaf," she said, "have you finished weighing my poor looks against those of this northern girl in the scales of your judgment? If so, which of us tips the beam?" "Iduna was more beautiful than ever you can have been, Augusta," I replied quietly. She stared at me till her eyes grew quite round, then puckered up her mouth as though to say something furious, and finally burst out laughing. "By every saint in Byzantium," she said, "or rather by their relics, for of live ones there are none, you are the strangest man whom I have known. Are you weary of life that you dare to say such a thing to me, the Empress Irene? Am I weary of life? Well, Augusta, on the whole I think I am. It seems to me that death and after it may interest us more. For the rest, you asked me a question, and, after the fashion of my people, I answered it as truthfully as I could." "By my head, you have said it again," she exclaimed. "Have you not heard, most innocent Northman, that there are truths which should not be mentioned and much less repeated? I have heard many things in Byzantium, Augusta, but I pay no attention to any of them, or, indeed, to little except my duty. Now that what's the girl's name?" "Iduna the Fair," I said. "This Iduna has thrown you over, at which I am sure I do not wonder. What mistresses have you in Byzantium, Olaf the Dane?" "None at all," I answered. "Women are pleasant, but one may buy sweets too dear, and all that ever I saw put together were not worth my brother Steiner, who lost his life through one of them. Tell me, Captain Olaf, are you a secret member of this new society of hermits of which they talk so much, who, if they see a woman, must hold their faces in the sand for 5 minutes afterwards?" "I never heard of them, Augusta." "Are you a Christian?" "No, I am considering that religion, or rather its followers." "Are you a pagan then?" "No, I fought a duel with the god Odin, and cut his head off with his sword, and that is why I left the north, where they worship Odin." "Then what are you?" she said, stamping her foot in exasperation. "I am the captain of your Imperial Majesty's private guard, a little of a philosopher, and a fair poet in my own language, not in Greek. Also, I can play the harp. You say not in Greek, for fear lest I should ask you to write verses to me, which, indeed, I shall never do, Olaf. A soldier, a poet, a philosopher, a harpist, one who has renounced women. Now, why have you renounced women, which is unnatural in a man who is not a monk? It must be because you still love this Iduna, and hope to get her some day. I shook my head and answered. I might have done that long ago, Augusta. Then it must be because there is some other woman whom you wish to gain. Why do you always wear that strange necklace? She added sharply. Did it belong to this savage girl Iduna, as, from the look of it, it might well have done? Not so, Augusta. She took it for a while, and it brought sorrow on her, as it will do on all women save one who may or may not live today. Give it me. I have taken a fancy to it. It is unusual. Oh! Fear not, you shall receive its value. If you wish the necklace, Augusta, you must take the head as well, and my counsel to you is that you do either, since they will bring you no good luck. In truth, Captain Olaf, you anger me with your riddles. What do you mean about this necklace? I mean, Augusta, that I took it from a very ancient grave. That I can believe, for the jeweler who made it worked in old Egypt. She interrupted. And thereafter I dreamed a dream, I went on, of the woman who wears the other half of it. I have not seen her yet, but when I do I shall know her at once. So, she exclaimed, did I not tell you that, east or west or north or south, there is some other woman? There was once, Augusta, quite 1,000 years ago or more, and there may be again now, or 1,000 years hence. That is what I am trying to find out. You say the work is Egyptian. Augusta, at your convenience, will you be pleased to make another captain in my place? I would visit Egypt. If you leave Byzantium without express permission under my own hand, not the emperor's or anybody else's hand, mine I say, and are caught, your eyes shall be put out as a deserter, she said savagely. As the Augusta pleases, I answered, saluting. Olaf, she went on in a more gentle voice, you are clearly mad, but to tell truth, you are also a madman who pleases me, since I weary of the rogues and lickspittles who call themselves sane in Byzantium. Why, there's not a man in all the city who would dare to speak to me as you have spoken tonight, and like that breeze from the sea, it is refreshing. Lend me that necklace, Olaf, till tomorrow morning. I want to examine it in the lamplight, and I swear to you that I will not take it from you or play you any tricks about it. Will you promise not to wear it, Augusta? Of course. Is it likely that I should wish to wear it on my bare breast after it has been rubbing against your soiled armor? Without another word I unhooked the necklace and handed it to her. She ran to a little distance, and with one of those swift movements that were common to her, fastened it about her own neck. Then she returned, and threw the great strings of pearls, which she had removed to make place for it, over my head. Now have you found the woman of that dream, Olaf? She asked, turning herself about in the moonlight. I shook my head and answered, Nay, Augusta, but I fear that you have found misfortune. When it comes, I pray you to remember that you promised not to wear the necklace. Also that your soldier, Olaf, Thorvald's son, would have given his life rather than that you should have done so, not for the sake of any dream, but for your sake, Augusta, whom it is his business to protect. Would, then, it were your business either to protect me a little more, or a little less, she exclaimed bitterly. Having uttered this dark saying, she vanished from the terrace, still wearing the string of golden shells. On the following morning the necklace was returned to me by Irene's favorite lady, who smiled as she gave it to me. She was a dark-eyed, witty, and able girl named Martina, who had been my friend for a long while. The Augusta said that you were to examine this jewel to see that it has not been changed. I never suggested that the Augusta was a thief, I replied. Therefore it is unnecessary. She said also that I was to tell you, in case you should think that it has been befouled by her wearing of it, that she has had it carefully cleaned. That is thoughtful of her, Martina, for it needed washing. Now, will you take the Augusta's pearls, which she left with me in error? I have no orders to take any pearls, Captain Olaf, although I did notice that 2 of the finest strings in the Empire are missing. Oh, you great northern child, she added in a whisper. Keep the pearls, they are a gift, and worth a prince's ransom, and take whatever else you can get, and keep that too. Asterisk. Then, before I could answer her, she was gone. For some weeks after this I saw no more of the Augusta, who appeared to avoid me. One day, However, I was summoned to her presence in her private apartments by the waiting Lady Martina, and went, to find her alone, save for Martina. The first thing that I noticed was that she wore about her neck an exact copy of the necklace of golden shells and emerald beetles. Further, that about her waist was a girdle and on her wrist a bracelet of similar design. Pretending to see nothing, I saluted and stood to attention. "Captain," she began, "yonder," and she waved her hand towards the city, so that I could not fail to see the shell bracelet. "The uncles of my son, the Emperor, lie in prison. Have you heard of the matter, and if so, what have you heard?" "I have heard, Augusta, that the Emperor having been defeated by the Bulgarians, some of the legions proposed to set his uncle, Nicephorus, he who has been made a priest, upon the throne. I have heard further that thereon the Emperor caused the Caesar Nicephorus to be blinded, and the tongues of the 2 other Caesars and of their 2 brothers, the nobilissimi, to be slit. Do you think well of such a deed, Olaf?" "Augusta," I answered, "in this city I make it my business not to think, for if I did I should certainly go mad. Still, on this matter I command you to think, and to speak the truth of your thoughts. No harm shall come to you, whatever they may be. Augusta, I obey you. I think that whoever did this wicked thing must be a devil, either returned from that hell of which everyone is so fond of talking here, or on the road thither." "Oh, you think that, do you? So I was right when I told Martina that there was only one honest opinion to be had in Constantinople, and I knew where to get it. Well, most severe and indignant judge, suppose I tell you it was I who commanded that this deed should be done. Then would you change your judgment?" "Not so, Augusta. I should only think much worse of you than ever I did before. If these great persons were traitors to the state, they should have been executed. But to torment them, to take away the sight of heaven and to bring them to the level of dumb beasts, all that their actual blood may not be on the tormentor's hand, why, the act is vile. So, at least, it would be held in those northern lands which you are pleased to call barbarian." Now Irene sprang from her seat and clapped her hands for joy. "You hear what he says, Martina, and the Emperor shall hear it too, aye, and so shall my ministers, Stauracius and Aetius, who supported him in this matter. I alone withstood him. I prayed him for his soul's sake to be merciful. He answered that he would no longer be governed by a woman, that he knew how to safeguard his empire, and what conscience should allow and what refuse. So, in spite of all my tears and prayers, the vile deed was done, as I think for no good cause. Well, it cannot be undone. Yet, Olaf, I fear that it may be added to, and that these royal-born men may be foully murdered. Therefore, I put you in charge of the prison where they lie. Here is the signed order. Take with you what men you may think needful, and hold that place, even should the Emperor himself command you to open. See also that the prisoners within are cared for and have all they need, but do not suffer them to escape." I saluted and turned to go, when Irene called me back. At that moment, too, in obedience to some sign which she made, Martina left the chamber, looking at me oddly as she did so. I came and stood before the Empress, who, I noted, seemed somewhat troubled, for her breast heaved and her gaze was fixed upon the floor now. It was of mosaic, and represented a heathen goddess talking to a young man, who stood before her with his arms folded. The goddess was angry with the man, and held in her left hand a dagger as though she would stab him, although her right arm was stretched out to embrace him and her attitude was one of pleading. Irene lifted her head, and I saw that her fine eyes were filled with tears. "Olaf," she said, "I am in much trouble, and I know not where to find a friend." I smiled and answered, "Need an empress seek far for friends? Aye, Olaf, farther than anyone who breathes. An empress can find flatterers and partisans, but not a single friend. Such love her only for what she can give them. But if fortune went against her, I say that they would fall away like leaves from a tree in a winter frost, so that she stood naked to every bitter blast of heaven. Yes, and then would come the foe and root up that tree and burn it to give them warmth and to celebrate their triumph. So I think, Olaf, it will be with me before all is done. Even my son hates me, Olaf, my only child for whose true welfare I strive night and day." "I have heard as much, Augusta," I said. "You have heard, like all the world. But what else of ill have you heard of me, Olaf? Speak out, man, I'm here to learn the truth. I have heard that you are very ambitious, Augusta, and that you hate your son as much as he hates you, because he is a rival to your power. It is rumored that you would be glad if he were dead and you left to reign alone. Then a lie is rumored, Olaf. Yet it is true that I am ambitious, who see far and would build this tottering empire up afresh. Olaf, it is a bitter thing to have begotten a fool. Then why do you not marry again and beget others, who might be no fools, Augusta? I asked bluntly. Why? She answered, flashing a curious glance upon me. In truth, I do not quite know why, but from no lack of suitors, since, were she but a hideous hag, an empress would find these. Olaf, you may have learned that I was not born in the purple. I was but a Greek girl of good race, not even noble, to whom God gave a gift of beauty, and when I was young I saw a man who took my fancy, also of old race, yet but a merchant of fruits which they grow in Greece and sell here and at Rome. I wished to marry him, but my mother, a far-seeing woman, said that such beauty as mine, though less than that of your Iduna the Fair, Olaf, was worth money or rank. So they sent away my merchant of fruits, who married the daughter of another merchant of fruits and throve very well in business. He came to see me some years ago, fat as a tub, his face scored all over with the marks of the spotted sickness, and we talked about old times. I gave him a concession to import dried fruits into Byzantium. That is what he came to see me for, and now he's dead. Well, my mother was right, for afterwards this poor beauty of mine took the fancy of the late emperor, and being very pious, he married me. So the Greek girl, by the will of God, became Augusta and the first woman in the world. By the will of God, I repeated. I suppose so, or else all is raw chance. At least I, who today might have been bargaining over dried fruits, as I should have done had I won my will, am, what you know. Look at this robe. And she spread her glittering dress before me. Hark to the tramp of those guards before my door. Why, you are their captain. Go into the antechambers, and see the ambassadors waiting there in the hope of a word with the ruler of the earth. Look at my legions mustered on the drilling grounds, and understand how great the Grecian girl has grown by virtue of the face which is less beauteous than that of Iduna the Fair. I understand all this, Augusta, I answered. Yet it would seem that you are not happy. Did you not tell me just now that you could not find a friend and that you had begotten a fool? Happy, Olaf? Why, I am wretched, so wretched that often I think the hell of which the priests preach is here on earth, and that I dwell in its hottest fires. Unless love hides it, what happiness is there in this life of ours, which must end in blackest death? Love has its miseries also, Augusta. That I know, for once I loved. But then the love was not true, for this is the greatest curse of all, to love and not to be beloved. For the sake of a perfect love, if it could be won, why, I'd sacrifice even my ambition. Then you must keep your ambition, Augusta, since in this world you'll find nothing perfect. Olaf, I'm not so sure. Thoughts have come to me. Olaf, I told you that I have no friend in all this glittering court. Will you be my friend? I am your honest servant, Augusta, and I think that such a one is the best of friends. That's so, and yet no man can be true friend to a woman unless he is more than friend. Nature has writ it so. I do not understand, I answered. You mean that you will not understand, and perhaps you are wise. Why do you stare at that pavement? There's a story written on it. The old goddess of my people, Aphrodite, loved a certain Adonis, so runs the fable, but he loved not her, and thought only of his sports. Look, she woos him there, and he rejects her, and in her rage she stabs him. Not so, I answered. Of the end of the story I know nothing, but if she had meant to kill him, the dagger would be in her right hand, not in her left. That's true, Olaf, and in the end it was fate which killed him, not the goddess whom he had scorned. And yet, Olaf, it is not wise to scorn goddesses. Oh! Of what do I talk? You'll befriend me, will you not? Ah, Augusta, to the last drop of my blood, as is my duty. Do I not take your pay? Then thus I seal our friendship, and here's an earnest of the pay, Irene said slowly, and bending forward, she kissed me on the lips. At this moment the doors of the chamber were thrown open. Through them, preceded by heralds, that at once drew back again, entered the great minister Stauracius, a fat, oily-faced man with a cunning eye, who announced in a high, thin voice, "The ambassadors of the Persians wait upon you, Augusta, as you appointed at this hour." Chapter 2. The Blind Caesar. Irene turned upon the eunuch as a she-lion turns upon some hunter that disturbs it from its prey. Noting the anger in her eyes, he fell back and prostrated himself. Thereupon she spoke to me as though his entry had interrupted her words. "Those are the orders, Captain Olaf. See that you forget none of them. Even if this proud eunuch, who dares to appear before me unannounced, bids you to do so, I shall hold you to account. Today I leave the city for a while for the baths whither I am sent. You must not accompany me because of the duty I have laid upon you here. When I return, be sure I'll summon you." And, knowing that Stauracius could not see her from where he lay, for a moment she let her splendid eyes meet my own. In them there was a message I could not mistake. "The Augusta shall be obeyed," I answered, saluting. "May the Augusta return in health and glory and more beautiful than Iduna the fair," she broke in. "Captain, you are dismissed." Again I saluted, retreating from the presence backwards and staying to bow at each third step, as was the custom. The process was somewhat long, and as I reached the door I heard her say to Stauracius, "Hearken, you dog. If ever you dare to break in upon me thus again, you shall lose two things, your office and your head." "What? May I not give secret orders to my trusted officer and not be spied upon by you? Now cease your grovellings and lead in these Persians, as you have been bribed to do." Passing through the silk-clad, bejeweled Persians who waited in an antechamber with their slaves and gifts, I gained the great terrace of the palace which looked upon the sea. Here I found Martina leaning on the parapet. "Have you more of the Augusta's pearls about you, Olaf?" she asked mockingly, speaking over her shoulder. "Not I, Martina," I answered, halting beside her. "Indeed. I could have sworn otherwise, for they are perfumed, and I seem to catch their odor. When did you begin to use the royal scent upon that yellow beard of yours, Olaf? If any of us women did so, it would mean blows and exile, but perchance a captain of the guard may be forgiven. I use no scents, girl, as you know well. Yet it is true that these rooms reek of them, and they cling to armor. Yes, and still more to hair. Well, what gift had my mistress for you today? A commission to guard certain prisoners, Martina. Ah, have you read it yet? When you do, I think you'll find that it names you governor of the jail, which is a high office, carrying much pay and place. You are in good favor, Olaf, and I hope that when you come to greatness you will not forget Martina. It was I who put it into a certain mind to give you this commission as the only man that could be trusted in the court. I do not forget a friend, Martina, I answered. That is your reputation, Olaf. Oh, what a road is opening to your feet. Yet I doubt you'll not walk it, being too honest, or, if you do, that it will lead you, not to glory, but a grave. Mayhap, Martina, and to speak truth, a grave is the only quiet place in Constantinople. Mayhap, too, it hides the only real glory. That's what we Christians say. It would be strange if you, who are not a Christian, alone should believe and keep the saying. Oh, she went on with passion, we are but shams and liars, whom God must hate. Well, I go to make ready for this journey to the baths. How long do you stay there? I asked. The course of waters takes a month. Less than that time does not serve to clear the Augusta's skin and restore her shape to the lines of youth which it begins to need, though doubtless you do not think so. You were named to come as her officer of the person. But Olaf, this other business rose up of a new governor for the jail in which the Caesars and nobilissimi are confined. I saw a chance for you in it, who, although you have served all these years, have had no real advancement, and mentioned your name, at which the Augusta leapt. To tell the truth, Olaf, I was not sure that you would wish to be captain of the guard at the baths. Was I right or was I wrong? I think you were right, Martina. Baths are idle places where folk drift into trouble, and I follow duty. Martina, may I say it to you, you are a good woman and a kind. I pray that those gods of yours whom you worship may bless you. You pray in vain, Olaf, for that they will never do. Indeed, I think that they have cursed me. Then suddenly she burst into tears, and turning, went away. I, too, went away somewhat bewildered, for much had happened to me that morning which I found it hard to understand. Why had the Augusta kissed me? I took it that this was some kind of imperial jest. It was known that I kept aloof from women, and she may have desired to see what I should do when an Augusta kissed me, and then to make a mock of me. I had heard that she had done as much with others. Well, let that be, since Stauracius, who always feared lest a new favorite should slip between him and power, had settled the matter for me, for which I blessed Stauracius, although at the moment, being but a man, I had cursed him. And now why did Martina, the little, dark Martina with the kind face and the watchful, beady eyes, like to those of a robin in our northern lands, speak as she had done, and then burst into tears? A doubt struck me, but I, who was never vain, pushed it aside. I did not understand, and of what use was it to try to interpret the meaning of the moods of women? My business was war, or, at the moment, the service that has to do with war, not women. Wars had brought me to the rank I held, though, strangely enough, of those wars I can recall nothing now, they have vanished from my vision. To wars also I looked to advance me in the future, who was no courtier, but a soldier, whom circumstances had brought to court. Well, thanks to Martina, as she said, or to some caprice of the Empress, I had a new commission that was of more worth to me than her random kisses, and I would go to read it. Read it I did in the little private room upon the palace wall which was mine as captain of the Augusta's guard, though, being written in Greek, I found this difficult. Martina had spoken truly. I was made the governor of the state prison, with all authority, including that of life and death should emergency arise. Moreover, this governorship gave me the rank of a general, with a general's pay, also such pickings as I chose to take. In short, from captain of the guard, suddenly I had become a great man in Constantinople, one with whom even Stauracius and others like him would have to reckon, especially as his signature appeared upon the commission beneath that of the Empress. Whilst I was wondering what I should do next, a trumpet blew upon the ramparts, and a Northman of my company entered, saluted, and said that I was summoned. I went out, and there before me stood a dazzling band that bowed humbly to me, whom yesterday they would have passed without notice. Their captain, a smooth-faced Greek, came forward, and addressing me as General, said the imperial orders were that he was to escort me to the state jail. For what purpose? I asked, since it came to my mind that Irene might have changed her fancy and issued another kind of commission. As its general and governor, illustrious, he replied. Then I will lead, I answered. Do you follow behind me? Thus that vision ends. In the next I see myself dwelling in some stately apartments that formed the antechambers to the great prison. This prison, which was situated not far from the Forum of Constantine, covered a large area of ground, which included a garden where the prisoners were allowed to walk. It was surrounded by a double wall, with an outer and an inner moat, the outer dry, and the inner filled with water. There were double gates also, and by them guard towers. Moreover, I see a little yard, with posts in it, where prisoners were scourged, and a small and horrible room, furnished with a kind of wooden bed, to which they were bound for the punishment of the putting out of their eyes and the slitting of their tongues. In front of this room was a block where those condemned to death were sometimes executed. There were many prisoners, not common felons, but people who had been taken for reasons of state or sometimes of religion. Perhaps in all they numbered 100 men, and with them a few women, who had a quarter to themselves. Besides the jailers, 80 guards were stationed there night and day, and of all of these I was in command. Before I had held my office 3 days I found that Irene had appointed me to it with good reason. It happened thus. The most of the prisoners were allowed to receive presents of food and other things sent to them by their friends. All these presents were supposed to be inspected by the officer in charge of the prison. This rule, which had been much neglected, I enforced again, with the result that I made some strange discoveries. Thus, on the 3rd day, there came a magnificent offering of figs for the Caesars and Nobilissimi, the brothers-in-law of Irene and the uncles of the young Emperor Constantine, her son. These figs were being carried past me formally, when something about the appearance of one of them excited my suspicion. I took it and offered it to the jailer who carried the basket. He looked frightened, shook his head, and said, "General, I touch no fruit." "Indeed," I answered. "That is strange, since I thought that I saw you eating of it yesterday." "Aye, General," he replied. "The truth is that I ate too much." Making no answer, I went to the window, and threw the fig to a long-tailed, tame monkey which was chained to a post in the yard without. It caught it and ate greedily. "Do not go away, friend," I said to the jailer, who was trying to depart while my back was turned. "I have questions that I would ask you." So I spoke to him about other matters, and all the while watched the monkey. Soon I saw that it was ill at ease. It began to tear at its stomach and to whimper like a child. Then it foamed at the mouth, was seized with convulsions, and within a quarter of an hour by the water clock was dead. "It would seem that those figs are poisoned, friend," I said, "and therefore it is fortunate for you that you ate too much fruit yesterday. Now, man, what do you know of this matter?" "Nothing, sir," he answered, falling on his knees. "I swear to you by Christ, nothing. Only I doubted. The fruits were brought by a woman whom I thought that once I had seen in the household of the Augustus Constantine, and I knew—" and he paused. "Well, what did you know, man? It would be best to tell me quickly, who have power here." "I knew, sir, what all the world knows, that Constantine would be rid of his uncles, whom he fears, though they are maimed. No more, I swear it, no more. Perhaps before the Augusta returns you may remember something more," I said. "Therefore, I will not judge your case at present. Ho! Guard, come hither." As he heard the soldiers stirring without an answer to my summons, the man, who was unarmed, looked about his desperately. Then he sprang at the fruit, and seizing a fig, strove to thrust it into his mouth. But I was too quick for him, and within a few seconds the soldiers had him fast. "Shut this man in a safe dungeon," I said. "Treat and feed him well, but search him. See also that he does himself no harm and that none speak with him. Then forget all this business." "What charge must be entered in the book, General?" asked the officer, saluting. "A charge of stealing figs that belonged to the Caesar Nicephorus and his royal brethren," I answered, and looked through the window. He followed my glance, saw the poor monkey lying dead, and started. "All shall be done," he said, and the man was led away. When he had gone, I sent for the physician of the jail, whom I knew to be trustworthy, since I had appointed him myself. Without telling him anything, I bade him examine and preserve the figs, and also dissect the body of the monkey to discover why it died. He bowed and went away with the fruit. A while later he returned, and showed me an open figure. In the heart of it was a pinch of white powder. "What is it?" I asked. "The deadliest poison that is known, General. See, the stalk has been drawn out, the powder blown into a straw, and then the stalk replaced." "Ah," I said, "that is clever, but not quite clever enough. They have mixed the stalks. I noted that the purple fig had the stalk of a green fig, and that is why I tried it on the monkey." "You observe well, General." "Yes, physician, I observe. I learned that when, as a lad, I hunted game in the far north. Also I learned to keep silent, since noise frightens game. Do you as much?" "Have no fear," he answered, and went about his business with the dead monkey. When he had gone I thought a while. Then I rose, and went to the chapel of the prison, or rather, to a place whence I could see those in the chapel without being seen. This chapel was situated in a gloomy crypt, lighted only with oil lamps that hung from the massive pillars and arches. The day was the Sabbath of the Christians, and when I entered the little secret hollow in the walls, the sacrament was being administered to certain of the prisoners. Truly it was a sad sight, for the ministering priest was none other than the Caesar Nicephorus, the eldest of the emperor's uncles, who had been first ordained in order that he might be unfit to sit upon the throne, and afterwards blinded, as I have told. He was a tall, pale man, with an uncertain mouth and a little pointed chin, apparently between 40 and 50 years of age, and his face was made dreadful by 2 red hollows where the eyes should have been. Yet, notwithstanding this disfigurement, and his tonsured crown, and the broidered priest's robes which hung upon him awkwardly, as he stumbled through the words of his office, to this poor victim there still seemed to cling some air of royal birth and bearing. Being blind, he could not see to administer the element, and therefore his hand was guided by one of his imperial brethren, who also had been made a priest. The tongue of this priest had been slit, but now and again he gibbered some direction into the ear of Nicephorus. By the altar, watching all, sat a stern-faced monk, the confessor of the Caesars and of the nobilissimi, who was put there to spy upon them. I followed the rite to its end, observing these unhappy prisoners seeking from the mystery of their faith the only consolation that remained to them. Many of them were men innocent of any crime, save that of adherence to some fallen cause, political or religious. Victims were they, not sinners, to be released by death alone. I remember that, as the meaning of the scene came home to me, I recalled the words of Irene, who had said that she believed this world to be a hell, and found weight in them. At length, able to bear no more, I left my hiding place and went into the garden behind the chapel. Here, at least, were natural things. Here flowers, tended by the prisoners, bloomed as they might have done in some less accursed spot. Here the free birds sang and nested in the trees, for what to them were the high surrounding walls? I sat myself down upon a seat in the shade. Presently, as I had expected, Nicephorus, the priest Caesar, and his 4 brethren came into the garden. 2 of them led the blind man by the hand, and the other 2 clung close to him, for all these unfortunates loved each other dearly. The 4 with the split tongues gabbled in his ears. Now and again, when he could catch or guess at the meaning of a word, he answered the speaker gently, or the others, seeing that he had not understood them aright, painfully tried to explain the error. Oh! It was a piteous thing to see and hear. My gorge rose against the young brute of an emperor and his counselors who, for ambition's sake, had wrought this horrible crime. Little did I know then that ere long their fate would be his own, and that a mother's hand would deal it out to him. They caught sight of me seated beneath the tree, and chattered like startled starlings, till at length Nicephorus understood. "What say you, dear brothers?" he asked. "That the new governor of the prison is seated yonder? Well, why should we fear him? He has been here but a little while, yet he has shown himself very kind to us. Moreover, he is a man of the north, no treacherous Greek, and the men of the north are brave and upright. Once, when I was a free prince, I had some of them in my service, and I loved them well. Our nephew, the emperor, offered a large sum to a Northman to blind or murder me, but he would not do it, and was dismissed from the service of the empire because he spoke his mind and prayed his heathen gods to bring a like fate upon Constantine himself. Lead me to this governor, I would talk with him." So they brought Nicephorus to me, though doubtfully, and when he was near I rose from my seat and saluted him. Thereon they all gabbled again with their split tongues, till at length he understood and flushed with pleasure. "General Olaf," he said to me, "I thank you for your courtesy to a poor prisoner, forgotten by God and cruelly oppressed by man. General Olaf, the promise is of little worth, but if ever it should be in my power, I will remember this kindness, which pleases me more than did the shouting of the legions in the short day of my prosperity." "Sir," I answered, "whatever happens I shall remember your words, which are more to me than any honors kings can bestow. Now, sir, I will ask your royal brethren to fall back, as I wish to speak with you." Nicephorus made a sign with his hand, and the 4 half-dumb men, all of whom resembled him strangely, especially in the weakness of their mouths and chins, obeyed. Bowing to me in a stately fashion, they withdrew, leaving us alone. "Sir," I said, "I would warn you that you have enemies whom you may not suspect, for my duty here wherewith I was charged by the Augusta is not to oppress but to protect you and your imperial brothers." Then I told him the story of the poisoned figs. When he had heard it, the tears welled from his hollow eyes and ran down his pale cheeks. "Constantine, my brother Leo's son, has done this," he said, "for never will he rest until all of us are in the grave. He is cruel because he fears you, O Nicephorus, and it is said that your ambition has given him cause to fear." "Once, General, that was true," the prince replied. Once, foolishly, I did aspire to rule, but it is long ago. Now they have made a priest of me, and I seek peace only. Can I and my brethren help it if, mutilated though we are, some still wish to use us against the Emperor? I tell you that Irene herself is at the back of them. She would set us on high that afterwards she may throw us down and crush us. I am her servant, Prince, and may not listen to such talk, who know only that she seeks to protect you from your enemies, and for that reason has placed me here, it seems not in vain. If you would continue to live, I warn you and your brethren to fly from plots and to be careful of what you eat and drink. I do not desire to live, General, he answered. Oh, that I might die! Would that I might die! Death is not difficult to find, Prince, I replied, and left him. These may seem hard words, but be it remembered, I was no Christian then, but a heathen man. To see one who had been great and fallen from his greatness, one whom fortune had deserted utterly, whining at fate like a fretful child, and yet afraid to seek his freedom, moved me to contempt as well as to pity. Therefore I spoke the words. Yet all the rest of that day they weighed upon my mind, for I knew well how I should have interpreted them were I in this poor Caesar's place. So heavily did they weigh that, during the following night, an impulse drew me from my bed and caused me to visit the cells in which these princes were imprisoned. 4 of them were dark and silent, but in that of Nicephorus burned a light. I listened at the door, and through the key-place heard that the prisoner within was praying, and sobbing as he prayed. Then I went away, but when I reached the end of the long passage something drew me back again. It was as though a hand I could not see were guiding me. I returned to the door of the cell, and now through it heard choking sounds. Quickly I shot the bolts and unlocked it with my master key. This was what I saw within. To a bar of the window-place was fastened such a rope as monks wear for a girdle. At the end of the rope was a noose, and in that noose the head of Nicephorus. There he hung, struggling. His hands had gripped the rope above his head, for though he had sought death, at the last he tried to escape him. Of such stuff was Nicephorus made. Yet it was too late, or would have been, for as I entered the place his hands slipped from the thin cord, which tightened round his throat, choking him. My sword was at my side. Drawing it, with a blow I cut the rope and caught him in my arms. Already he was swooning, but I poured water over his face, and, as his neck remained unbroken, he recovered his breath and senses. "What play is this, Prince?" I asked. "One that you taught me, General," he answered painfully. "You said that death could be found. I went to seek him, but at the last I feared. Oh! I tell you that when I thrust away that stool, my blind eyes were opened, and I saw the fires of hell and the hands of devils grasping at my soul to plunge it into them. Blessings be on you who have saved me from those fires." And seizing my hand he kissed it. "Do not thank me," I said, "but thank the God you worship, for I think that he must have put it into my mind to visit you tonight. Now swear to me by that God that you will attempt such a deed no more, for if you will not swear then you must be fettered." Then he swore so fervently by his Christ that I was sure he would never break the oath. After he had sworn I told him how I could not rest because of the strange fears which oppressed me. "Oh," he said, "without doubt it was God who sent his angel to you that I might be saved from the most dreadful of all sins. Without doubt it was God, who knows you, although you do not know him." After this he fell upon his knees, and, having untied the cut rope from the window bars, I left him. Now I tell this story because it has to do with my own, for it was these words of the prince that first turned me to the study of the Christian faith. Indeed, had they never been spoken, I believe that I should have lived and died a heathen man. Hitherto I had judged of that faith by the works of those who practiced it in Constantinople, and found it wanting. Now, however, I was sure that some power from above us had guided me to the chamber of Nicephorus.